Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku's quirk absorbed every form of energy? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku sat away from his classmates, hand clutching his All Might doll. He wanted to play family with the girls, but for some reason his teacher has pushed him away, towards the boys. Izuku was obviously confused by it all. Why? He had asked. Because family is a girl's game. The teacher had replied. But why? He questioned. The teacher had told him simply that boys don't want to play families and they wanted to play heroes. Izuku wanted to point out he was a boy who wanted to play family, but kept his mouth closed and instead went to a table to sit alone. He noticed how the teacher glanced over at the boys, before looking at the girls, before finally seeing him sitting alone. Izuku looked at his All Might doll. He really did want to play family. Was that so wrong to wish for? Izuku-kun? Why aren't you playing? His teacher came over. Izuku looked up at her. I want to play, but I can't play one I want to play, so I won't play at all. Izuku told her. She just gave him a look. No, go over and play with the other boys now. The teacher took his arm and practically pulled him over to the other boys. Izuku was pulled into a rough game of heroes, which led to him being punched a lot, no matter how much he begged them to stop. Izuku sniffed and ran to his mom when she arrived. Inko patted his head. Izuku, what happened, sweetie? Inko knelt down to get a better look at his tear-stained face. Sensei made me play heroes with the other boys. I got hit and I have a mark. Izuku sniffed and held out his arm, showing her a blossoming bruise on his arm. Did you tell your sensei you didn't want to play? Inko asked. Izuku nodded. Sensei dragged me over to play with them, Izuku explained. Inko frowned. Wait here, sweetie. Inko headed inside to speak with his teacher. A few minutes later, Inko came out looking furious. Come on, Izu, how about we have a little shopping trip? Can we? On a school day? Izuku asked. Yep, let's go and have some fun. Inko smiled. Izuku giggled and nodded. What about this, Izuku? Inko held up an All Might shirt. Izuku giggled. I have that one, mama. He smiled. Ah, I believe you do. Silly me. Inko sighed playfully, happy to see her little boy smiling. She noticed how he kept glancing away. Do you see something you like? Izuku gave a nervous nod. Well, go get it and let me have a look. Inko smiled, nudging him softly. Izuku nodded and hurried off. She sighed, hoping the school would take her words to heart. So what if a boy wanted to play family? Mama, can we get this? Izuku had come back. She looked down to see him holding up a small blue dress with a cherry blossom design. Inko took it and giggled. I think this is size too small, sweetie. She smiled and took his hand. Let's find one your size. Okay. The smile he gave her was so bright, Inko couldn't help but smile back. Izuku couldn't wait to get home so he could try it on. Once they were in the house, Inko had to help Izuku change into the dress. Izuku went to look at himself in his mother's full-length mirror. His eyes widened and he turned to his mother with a bright smile. Mama, I look so pretty. Izuku gasped, a light blush rising on his cheeks. Yes, you do, Inko smiled. Izuku giggled and gave a small twirl, beaming at the mirror. The next day went the same. Izuku once again tried to play with the girls, but his teacher forced him over to the boys again. Izuku rubbed the new bruise on his arm. You're too weak, a boy teased. Izuku looked down. He couldn't argue with that. He knew he was weak. He wasn't as strong as his mama. When Inko found out about that day, she gave his teacher a firm warning in front of the daycare owner. You dare touch my son to force him to play with the boys again and I will make sure you will regret it. Inko glared, lifting Izuku up and carrying him out of the place. But the behavior continued, and it ended up with Inko suing the daycare for their treatment of Izuku. A case she had won with all the video evidence of her dragging Izuku over to the boys and then video of the boys beating Izuku up with the teacher doing nothing. Inko had a plan for the settlement she had gotten. At home, Izuku had taken to wearing girl clothes. He seemed much happier in cute dresses, and Inko couldn't help but smile at her little boy. She stopped and shook her head. It seemed like she needed to do some research. Mama, can I wear this to daycare today? Izuku held up his blue cherry blossom dress. Inko froze. She was worried about how people would treat Izuku, but she smiled. It was what Izuku wanted. She gave him a nod. Go ahead, sweetie, Inko smiled. Izuku squealed happily, running up to his room. Inko watched him go with a smile, but worry gnawed at her. No, it was going to be fine. It was going to be his last day anyways, but maybe she should give him her spare phone just in case. By lunchtime, Inko was regretting ignoring her own doubts as she was patching up Izuku's injuries. People had beaten him up. The teachers had called him sick names. Inko was grateful for giving him the phone. He had rung her and she had heard the names. She rushed to get there and pulled him out. She almost punched the teacher, but she made sure she had the last word. Inko was pulled from her thoughts as tears fell onto Izuku's dress. She looked up at him. Iza she began. Is there something wrong with me, mommy? Izuku sniffed. I'm a boy, but I feel like girl. There's something wrong, isn't there? Inko cupped his face with her hands. Izuku, do you feel better when you are being a girl at home in those dresses? Inko asked. Does it make you feel like you? It makes me happy, Izuku nodded. I don't feel wrong when I look in the mirror. It's nice. Then, you'll feel better as my adorable daughter, my precious baby girl, instead of my precious baby boy? Inko smiled, trying to stop her own tears. You don't think I'm wrong, mommy? Izuku whimpered softly. Inko pulled him close. There is nothing wrong with you, baby, Inko hushed him. You are perfect and always will be. My beautiful baby. Izuku cried into her arms. We're leaving tomorrow. We can start fresh and you can be who you are. Inko told him. Inko smiled, hugging Izuku closer. No, Izuku was her baby girl, and nothing was going to change that. Not unless Izuku decided so. The Midoriyas left early the following morning. Izuku was giggling quietly as she ran to the car in her new dress, All Might themed. Come on, mommy. She smiled as Inko locked up the house, leaving the keys in the area requested by the landlord. Coming, sweetie. Inko helped Izuku buckled herself into a car seat before she got into the driver's seat. Okay, off we go, sweetie. To our new home. Izuku cheered, giggling. Mitsuki and Marisa Bakugo were walking home from dropping their son off at daycare when they saw the movers' truck outside the empty house next door. Oh, we have neighbors. Mitsuki gasped, dragging her husband along behind her as she began walking towards the house. Let's go meet them. They reached the gate as they saw a young girl run outside giggling. It's so big, mommy. She giggled. Mitsuki couldn't help but awe. The girl looked back and smiled, running over to greet them. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. We're new. The Bakugos saw a woman come outside. Masaru just stared. Inko. Fifth. Bakugo Maresu, long time no see. Do you live around here? Inko smiled. Mitsuki laughed. We live next door. Bakugo Mitsuki, Maresu's wife. Mitsuki held out her hand. Inko took it. Midoriya Inko. I knew Marisa back in high school. I'm happy he found a nice woman. Inko smiled. This is my baby, Izuku. As she already said. Izuku was now dragging a blanket inside. Be careful, sweetie. Okay, mommy. Izuku called back. Last time I spoke to Hisashi, he said you had a boy. Maresu muttered. Ah, yes. Inko looked towards the house. Izuku was inside. Izuku, well, he felt better when she was dressed like a girl. She seemed so much happier. This was her choice. And I am going to support her. Inko looked at them. I can already tell we're going to be great friends. She's adorable, Mitsuki smiled. She could be Katsuki's friend. Katsuki? Our baby boy. Are you sending her to the closest daycare? Mitsuki smiled. Inko nodded. Great. Katsuki goes there too, so we can take them together in the morning. That sounds great. Izuku? Inko called. Izuku came running out and ended up tripping. Izuku! She gasped, but she just picked herself up and ran over. Yes, Mommy? She asked. Inko sighed and shook her head, kneeling down to wipe the dirt off her cheek and hands. You need to be careful, sweetie, Inko smiled softly. Will you be changing Izuku's name? Maresu asked. Izuku is a masculine name after all. There is her middle name, Hikari, Inko said. Inko looked at her daughter. Izuku, would you like to use Hikari as your main name? Izuku gave her a thoughtful look. So it sounds prettier? She asked. Hikari sounds so cute. Mitsuki beamed. Izuku smiled. Hikari, Mommy, she said. Okay then, Hikari. Tomorrow when you go to daycare, we're going to walk with Mitsuki and her boy, okay? Can we be friends? She asked excitedly. I bet Katsuki will love to be your friend. Mitsuki immediately replied. Oh, you should come for dinner tonight. We possibly couldn't dash, Inko began. Consider it a welcome to the neighborhood, Maresu smiled. We can catch up and the kids can play. Inko glanced down at his no, Hikari. She stared up at her with wide, excited eyes. Please, Mommy, she begged. Inko smiled. Okay then, but we need to get the rest of this inside before we do, Inko said. Okay. Hikari rushed over to a sofa pillow, picking it up and heading into the house. I can help out. I have nothing else to do. You have fun working, dear. Mitsuki patted his arm. I'll see you ladies later then, Maresu smiled. It's good to see you again, Inko. You too. Inko smiled. The two women worked together to move everything inside. Hikari ran in and out, picking up the smaller objects. Katsuki was happy to get away from daycare at the end of the day, clutching his mother's hand as they walked home. Since he got his quirk a week ago, people were shoving to get close to him. It was annoying. Oh yeah, there's someone waiting to meet you when we get home, Mitsuki smiled. Katsuki just grumbled under his breath. He was not expecting who was actually waiting for him. Katsuki stared at the girl hiding behind her mother's legs with a confused look. Katsuki, this is Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Hikari. They just moved in next door, and Hikari is going to your daycare tomorrow. Think you can look after her? Mitsuki asked. Katsuki puffed out his chest. I'ma be a hero. Of course I can. Katsuki said, before stomping over to Hikari and held out his hand the way his father taught him to politely greet people. Hikari smiled softly, and Katsuki blushed a little as she took his hand. Nice to meet you, Ka. She stopped before smiling widely. Kaken. Inko and Mitsuki awed as they moved to the living room. Hikari looked concerned at Katsuki's lack of a response. Can I call you Kaken? I won't if you don't like it, she muttered. Call me Kaken, he said, getting a little flustered. Want to play heroes? He looked at her confused when Hikari took a step back as if he scared her. Oh, Katsuki, Inko frowned. He looked over at her. We actually moved because Hikari was forced into playing heroes, and while the others beat her up, the teachers did nothing. So, Hikari is a little afraid of playing heroes. Katsuki scowled. He turned to Hikari. From now on, I'm your hero, he declared. No one will beat you up. You can be my sidekick. Hikari looked at him with wide eyes. I can be your sidekick? She asked. Katsuki nodded. You can be Nico-chan. Katsuki smirked as he pointed at her. Nico-chan? Hikari asked. Means sunshine. Ah, who knew you could be cute, Katsuki? Mitsuki beamed. Katsuki turned away, bright red. Shut up. Katsuki pouted. He took Hikari's hand and began walking away. Going to play in my room. We'll call when dinner is ready, Maresu said. Katsuki grumbled in reply. I can really play with you and you won't beat me up? Hikari asked softly. And I'll beat up anyone who's mean to you, because you're my sidekick and I need to look after you. Katsuki turned to her and nodded, before opening his bedroom door. You like All Might too? She gasped, looking at the big poster on his wall. Yep. I'ma beat him and become number 1. He stood proudly. Hikari giggled. Then I can be number 2 and we can always work together to save the day. I can help save the day, right? Hikari asked. Katsuki nodded. You can be the sunny hero, Nico-chan. Katsuki told her. But I don't have my quirk yet, she looked down. Katsuki scoffed. So, Katsuki said, you're happy and light up the room, so you're Nico-chan. Who cares what quirk you get? What's yours? Hikari asked. This. Katsuki held out his palms and small sparks glittered. Hikari smiled, shuffling closer. So pretty. You make sparkles? She asked. Nope. When I train them, I'll make big explosions and blast the villains away. Katsuki grinned. Hikari looked thoughtful. Then you can be Lord Explosion. She beamed, then frowned. Or King Explosion. Dynamite. King Explosion. Katsuki smirked. King Explosion and his trusted sidekick Nico-chan. Katsuki said. Hikari giggled and cheered. We can be the best team. Hikari smiled. Katsuki nodded. Inko and Mitsuki were pleased that the two were getting along. You excited for your new school, sweetie? Inko smiled as she made Hikari's lunch. Hikari sat at the table eating her breakfast. There were still a few boxes lying around, but Inko had planned to finish unpacking today, which Mitsuki had once again offered a hand in. Yep, she nodded. Kaken says we can play together. He's King Explosion, the future #1 hero. And what about you? Inko asked, watching her carefully. Hikari beamed. I'm Nico-chan, his trusted sidekick and #2 hero. Hikari declared. You might want to talk to Katsuki about that. I'm not sure you can be #2 and a sidekick. But what about a hero duo or a team? Inko told her. Hikari nodded. I'll talk to him, she smiled, taking another bite of her breakfast. Half an hour later, Hikari and Inko met Mitsuki and Katsuki outside. Good morning. Mitsuki beamed. Hikari giggled and ran straight for Katsuki. Morning, Kaken. She smiled. Morning, he muttered but smirked. Hikari giggled. Ready to go? Inko smiled down to the two of them. Okay, time to go. Mitsuki beamed. Katsuki took Hikari's hand and began walked. Mitsuki and Inko giggled slightly at them and followed after them. As they reached the school grounds, Hikari began to feel nervous. Katsuki noticed as did Inko. Hikari, Inko knelt down. Hikari turned to her. They're aware. I told them. They're fine with it. I made sure to get you into a school that accepts you. Hikari gave her a teary smile. She hugged her. Thank you, Mommy. She smiled. It's no problem, sweetheart. I love you. Go and have a good day, Inko smiled. I am counting on you to look out for her, Katsuki. Of course. Katsuki pouted. He took Hikari's hand again and they headed into the building. Katsuki made me pack an extra lunch of his special curry just for her, Mitsuki whispered to Inko, who smiled. I'm glad she has a friend to look out for her now, Inko smiled. And she'll be a good influence on him, hopefully. Now, let's go and get you all finished unpacking. Mitsuki linked arms with Inko as they began walking back the way they came. Hikari didn't let go of Katsuki's hand. She hid nervously behind him as they entered their class. Their teacher and the other kids looked up. Bakugo! Someone waved. Hikari jumped, which in turn caused Katsuki to scowl. You're scaring her, he growled. Their teacher came over and knelt before them. Hello, Midoriya. I'm your teacher, Tekwaki Ryosei. It's a pleasure to meet you. He held out a hand. Hikari peeked around Katsuki. She carefully took his hand and shook it. Because you know young Bakugo already, why don't you and sit next to him? I trust he'll take care of you. Hikari nodded. Katsuki led her over to a table. Tekwaki-sensei stood up. Everyone, we have a new friend here today. This is Midoriya Hikari. Everyone take care of her, okay? Hikari looked shyly around at her new classmates. Hi Hikari-chan, the class greeted. The day began. Hikari had grabbed some paper and colors to sit down and draw when some boys came over to talk to Katsuki. He brushed them off and grabbed some paper for himself. Hikari peeked up at the other boys to find them staring at her. Hikari shrunk back. What's your quirk? One asked. A few other classmates looked over. Yeah, you must have a really cool quirk. Katsuki only talks to people with cool quirks. A girl beamed. Hikari shrunk further back, unsure how to reply. She's still waiting for it to appear. Now go away. Katsuki growled. No way. So she's quirkless? One of the first boys smirked. Doesn't that make her usual dash? He didn't get to finish his sentence. Katsuki held out his hand and activated his quirk to scare them away. Don't listen to them, Katsuki said. Hikari looked at him. They're stupid. I know you're going to have a great quirk, one that works perfectly with mine. We're gonna be the best hero team after all, Nico-chan. Thank you, Kaken. Hikari smiled happily. Katsuki blushed lightly. Here, Katsuki held out a box to Hikari. I got you lunch. But I have lunch, Kaken, Hikari stated, but took the box and peeked inside. It looks nice. Thank you, Kaken. She smiled. The two of them sat down. Katsuki watched as she took a bite out of the curry, silently worrying he had made it too spicy. Instead, Hikari hummed happily. So good. It's nice and spicy too. She smiled, taking another bite. You like spicy food? He asked. My dad likes spicy food, 'cause his quirk. Hikari looked down. Where is he? Katsuki asked. He was sure her dad wasn't there last night. He left. He didn't tell Mommy that he got a job overseas until the day he packed to leave. Mommy told him to never come back and signed a lot of forms. Hikari frowned. I can share my dad, Katsuki told her. He can be your dad too. Dads are good to have. Katsuki explained. Is that how getting a new dad works? Hikari asked. Can people even share dads and have different moms? Who cares? Katsuki shrugged. As they continued to eat together, Hikari could see the boys from earlier glaring at her. You don't have to stay by me for the whole day. I think your friends want to play with you, Hikari told him. They're not my friends, they only care about my quirk. I don't want to bother with people like that, Katsuki frowned. I care about you and not your quirk. Though your quirk is very pretty. Like fireworks, Hikari smiled. Katsuki agreed and smiled. I'll be the strong hero that blasts people away and makes people happy with explosion fireworks. Katsuki grinned. You can be the kind hero who helps the civilians get to safety and make sure they're okay. The perfect team. Hikari smiled. Yeah. Katsuki smirked. Inko and Mitsuki smiled as Hikari and Katsuki came running out. Mommy! Hikari hugged her happily. Hey baby, do you enjoy your first day? Inko asked. Hikari nodded. I drew with Kaken and we ate lunch. Kaken made me spicy curry. It was really good. Hikari beamed. Some people were mean because she doesn't have her quirk yet, Katsuki said, glaring at the boys in question. Well, that's to be expected. I was a late bloomer. Was the last in my class to get my quirk. They called it weak. Inko began. But it's super useful. Hikari said. I know, sweetie. Now, I think it's time to go, Inko smiled. Maresu will start thinking we got lost, Mitsuki chuckled. Is Nico-chan and Auntie coming for dinner again? Katsuki asked. Mitsuki beamed happily at her son, before grinning at Inko. Of course. And on that matter, you can call me Auntie, okay Hikari? Mitsuki smiled. Okay Auntie. Hikari nodded. Katsuki took her hand again and they began walking ahead of their mothers once again. With his attitude, I thought he was going to be a right little monster. All he needed was Hikari. They're so sweet, Mitsuki whispered to Inko. Oh Mom, I told Nico-chan I'm sharing Dad with her because she doesn't have one. Katsuki yelled at her. Mitsuki and Inko looked at each other. Well, I need to see Maresu's face when he finds out he now has a daughter, Mitsuki beamed. Inko shook her head at her friend. A few days passed and Hikari and Katsuki got closer. Maresu had been quite happy to take on a father-like role for Hikari, mostly as Mitsuki had encouraged him to do so. Katsuki and Hikari were siblings in all sense except blood relation. Katsuki protected her from any bullies at school and at home. They always went to one of their houses. Katsuki would help her try and figure out her quirk. That is where they were, in the large living room of the Midoriya house, whilst Mitsuki and Inko talked in the kitchen. Katsuki was writing on a whiteboard Mitsuki had gotten him a while back. He finally found a use for it. On the top left was Hikari's father's quirk, Fire Breath. And on the top right, Her mother's quirk, the attraction of small objects. The two kids looked at them. So, you could have either one of them. Katsuki wrote them underneath. Maybe you could attract fire, or heat in general, pyrokinesis. He wrote down the ideas. We could try the attraction of heat. Hikari beamed. If you use your explosions, I could try and attract the heat. Great. Katsuki circled it. That one first then. What are you two doing? Mitsuki asked. We're working on Nico-chan's quirk, Katsuki yelled back. Be careful, okay? Inko told them. Katsuki grumbled lightly, before sitting next to Hikari and started using his quirk. Hikari watched his explosions with a determined expression before taking a deep breath and tried to mentally pull the explosion towards her. A few minutes passed as she began to get frustrated. I can't do it, she looked down sadly. We're not giving up. Let's try again, Katsuki told her. Hikari smiled softly at him before nodding. They tried a few more times before something happened. Katsuki's explosion was pulled towards Hikari before it went out. The two of them stared. It feels warm, Hikari smiled. I'm not so sleepy anymore. It must be your quirk. Katsuki beamed. Auntie. Mom. Their mothers came running in, both looking panicked. What happened? Inko gasped. Mommy. Watch. Hikari beamed. Katsuki started up his explosions again and once more Hikari drew it to her and it vanished. It makes me less tired. Maybe you are drawing the energy from the explosions, Mitsuki muttered, watching amazed. Inko was smiling and quickly wiped away her tears. I am so proud of you. And thank you for helping her find her quirk, Katsuki. Inko hugged her daughter. Of course. Katsuki huffed proudly. Well, we'll have to go to the doctor's tomorrow to get your quirk registered. Inko smiled. That means you won't be able to go to school. They'll want to see what your quirk can do and we'll run a few tests. Hikari and Katsuki pouted. Hey, you'll get to play with each other after the doctor's in school. Mitsuki told them. Yeah. Katsuki nodded. Then we can start training to be the best heroes. King Explosion and Nico-chan. We'll be unbeatable. Yeah. Hikari giggled. Inko and Mitsuki watched them with small smiles. I love our brats, Mitsuki said. Inko giggled and shook her head. Katsuki and Hikari met outside the following morning. Katsuki hugged her. He didn't want to go to school without her, but knew he had to. Don't blow anyone up, Kaken, Hikari told him. Katsuki grumbled a little under his breath. They had to part ways, going with their respective mothers. Katsuki felt a little mad when he got to school, already hearing a few whispers as some members of his class teased Hikari behind her back. Katsuki scowled, and sat away and alone from everyone. They weren't worth his time anyways. Hey, where's the quirkless? A girl in their class called out as everyone noticed Katsuki sitting alone. He sat up a little, smirking. She's at the doctor's getting her quirk registered, Katsuki answered proudly, and somewhat smugly. But she's quirkless, a boy said. No, you said she was quirkless after I said it hadn't manifested yet. You were the ones bullying her without actually knowing. That's why you won't be heroes. Bullies are villains, not heroes. Katsuki said, smirking. Even if she was quirkless, she would still be better than you all. He added. He didn't care about them. He didn't need them. He had Hikari, and together they were already the best. After school, Katsuki headed outside, a few members of the class trying to get back on his good side. Then he saw Hikari with their mothers. Nico-chan. Katsuki yelled, running over. Kaken. Hikari beamed, also running at him. They clashed in a tight hug, both of them laughing. Geez, you would have thought they hadn't seen each other in years, Mitsuki chuckled. It is cute though. Inko smiled. Come on you two, you can talk quirks as we walk. Hikari and Katsuki held hands and walked ahead of their mothers. So, did you find out about it? Katsuki asked. He wanted to know all about her quirk. I called it Hikari frowned a little. Dynamism, sweetie, Inko said. Dynamism, Hikari repeated with a smile. Sounds like dynamite. I like it. Katsuki nodded approvingly. Hikari giggled. The doctor says I can absorb, release, transfer and convert 5 types of energy. Hikari smiled. Heat is the first one. What are the others? Katsuki asked. I think light was one, like plants. Hikari said. Then, there is Dachuum. Mommy, what's the energies I can use? Heat, kinetic, light, chemical and electrical, Inko stated. What's kinetic? Katsuki frowned. Kinetic is movement. So, Hikari could build up that kind of energy and move fast. Inko explained. Heat you've seen, light like plants, she can get energy from sunlight. Chemical, the doctors want to keep an eye on that as we don't actually know what that may be able to do. And electrical, she can basically use electricity. The 2 kids looked at her with interest. So cool. I told you you would have an awesome quirk. We really are going to be the best team. Katsuki beamed. Hikari giggled happily. Nico-chan and King Explosion. The bestest hero duo ever. She said. They both laughed happily. Katsuki and Hikari held hands as they headed to school the following day, the 2 of them discussing on how they could use their quirks to train. It was mostly Hikari talking, Katsuki listening and nodding along with her. Their mothers walked behind them in their own discussion. Mommy, we're here. Hikari said. The mothers stopped. Hikari rushed over and hugged her mom. See you later. Have a good day, sweetie. Inko kissed her forehead. And Hikari, sweetie? Hikari looked up at her mother. You would still be perfect without a quirk. They don't define you, and whilst useful dash. Not necessary, Hikari smiled. Kaken said so. Well, Kaken is right. Inko said. Of course I am. Katsuki boasted. Inko and Mitsuki watched as Jikari and Katsuki linked hands again as they hurried inside. So, Mitsuki muttered, how long do you think it will be before Katsuki becomes the complete, touch my sister and I'll kill you, sort of brother? She asked. I think it is safe to assume he already is. Inko giggled. Look, Kaken. I found a book on energy. Hikari held up the book proudly. Great. You're great at finding the right things, Nico-chan. Katsuki beamed. You could find victims no problem. Hikari flushed with pride. She put the book down and the 2 4-year-olds looked down at the book. This should have more information on the energies my quirk helps me affect, and so it should help give us ideas on how we can train it. Hikari said, adding a little concerned. I hope it helps. It will. Katsuki told her. We can always go to the big library if it doesn't. I bet that has thousands of books on energy. He held his hands wide open. Hikari giggled as his overdramatic reply. Right. Hikari nodded. There is always more books that can help us. And we can use your explosions to train with my heat. I wonder if I can give more heat to your explosions to make them bigger. We can try it later. Open the book, open the book. Katsuki said. She giggled. The 2 of them looked at the pages. That's heat. Hikari pointed at a picture of a candle. So, we know I can take heat away, and we are going to try me giving away heat. If I can store it, do you think I can stay in cold places for a long time? I should try that. Yep, mostly when it snows. We should wait. Katsuki nodded, he flipped the page. That must be movement. Katsuki pointed a picture of a moving car. So, I could try and move fast if I store up the energy. Hikari said, maybe giving the energy to someone else. She looked at the next page. That's light. Like a plant, I can take energy from the sun, I could do that and then just convert it into a different energy. Katsuki nodded and turned to the next page. So, that's electricity. So you can electrocute things, like that Pokemon. Pikachu. Katsuki beamed as Hikari giggled. I wonder if you can charge yourself like a phone too. We can try it later, but I'd have to ask my mommy first. Hikari said. It could be dangerous. I don't want you to be hurt. Katsuki nodded in agreement. He looked at the next page. It had pictures of food. The 2 of them frowned. I think is this chemical, that's what the title says. Maybe we should just wait until we learn about it. I'm already confused with it. Hikari suggested. It's your quirk, we can leave it until you feel ready. Katsuki smiled. Hikari giggled and smiled. Thank you for your help, Kaken. Hikari told him. No problem. Katsuki smirked. We're going to be a hero duo, so we have to work together. Right. Hikari nodded with a determined expression. I'll do my best. I know. Katsuki smiled. At lunch, Katsuki had made Hikari some curry again, and the friends sat next to each other happily enjoying the spicy meal. This is the best curry, Kaken. Hikari smiled, pressing a hand to her cheek. I could eat this all the time. I'm big, I'll make it for lunch every day. Katsuki told her. You don't have to, Kaken, we'll be busy training and everything, Hikari said. Lunch is important. Might as well make it so we have something to eat when training. Katsuki said. Hikari blushed and smiled. Kaken's so clever. I wonder if mommy will teach me to bake so you can make lunch, and I can make healthy small snacks. Hikari smiled. Sounds good, Naiko-chan. Katsuki nodded. Hikari beamed happily. Hey, Midoriya-chan? A few girls from their class approached. Katsuki glared at them. What do I dash? He began. Hikari placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked at her. Hikari gave him a small smile as she got up and stood in front of the girls. Can I help you? She asked. The girls glanced at each other. We're sorry, they said together. We shouldn't have teased you. Bakugo-kun told us you just hadn't manifested your quirk yet, but we ignored him and listened to Tsubasa instead. One frowned. She bowed her head. We are sorry, and we can understand if you never want to speak to us. It's okay. Hikari told them, smiling softly. I didn't mind. I had Kaken to play with. Maybe we could start over? I'm Midoriya Hikari. She held out her hand. The girls stared at her before crying and hugging the greenette. Hikari was stunned. She looked at Katsuki, who trying not to laugh, but he seemed happy that he didn't mind her having other friends. I'm Mayara Shoko. This is Kimura Yumiko, Rai Ami, and Arito Tokiwa. The first girl smiled. I hope we can be friends, Midoriya-chan. Me too. Hikari smiled. Kaken and I are playing heroes after lunch. Want to join us? Is that okay, Kaken? She glanced back at him. We need people to save. He said. We'd like to play. The girls nodded. Thank you. The four girls joined Hikari and Kaken at their table. They all failed to notice Tsubasa glaring in their direction. The small group began playing heroes, Hikari and Katsuki being the heroes and the four girls being civilians. It wasn't long until villains disrupted their game. Tsubasa tripped Hikari up. Katsuki and the girls looked and Hikari whimpered lightly, pushing herself up, looking at her grazed hands. Look where you're going. Quirkless freak. Tsubasa was glaring down at her. Nico-chan has her quirk, Tsubasa-kun, Tokiwa said. Please stop being mean. She probably has a very weak quirk. I don't know why you bother. She is never going to be a hero, Tsubasa said. Hikari looked down, tears springing into her eyes. She is just useless and she'll be nothing else. I don't know why you bother, Bakugo. You used to be cool, but now you're just lame. Hikari closed her eyes, but she failed to notice her quirk had activated due to her high emotions. Katsuki noticed it though, as her hair seemed to glow light green as small flickers of electricity began to run up her arms. Tsubasa, get away from Nico-chan. He said. Why, it's not like the freak can hurt me. That was right before electricity burst from her body, some striking Tsubasa. He was knocked back. The teacher came running over. Hikari was crying in earnest, unable to control her quirk in her state. What happened? The teacher demanded. Tsubasa was being mean, and her quirk activated by accident. Yumiko explained. Nico-chan. Katsuki called. Hikari opened her eyes to look at her friend. Katsuki was holding out his hand. Are you okay? He asked. Hikari took a deep breath. Her quirk quietened down, and she took his hand. Katsuki helped up her and hugged her. Tsubasa was awake staring at Hikari in shock. Bakugo-kun, stay with Midoriya-chan. I'm going to give her mom a call. I think she would be better at home after that. The teacher smiled kindly. Katsuki nodded. Yumiko, Shoko, Ami and Tokiwa stayed with them. Nikikin, Shoko said. Hikari looked at her. Shoko smiled. You're so strong. You're going to be a great hero. I am going to cheer you on. Hikari blushed as she smiled. Thank you, she sniffed. Katsuki hugged her tighter as if to say, I told you so. Inko had been furious when she heard what had happened. Mitsuki had accompanied her back to the school, sitting next to her in the principal's office. Across from the mother of the boy had bullied Hikari. Inko looked furiously at the woman, who looked just as furious. Now, as you are aware, there was an issues between young Bakugo, Midoriya and Tsubasa. From what students' hand teachers have told me, Tsubasa has been bullying Midoriya before she manifested her quirk. And today, he forced her into a state where she struggled to control it, causing her to accidentally shock Tsubasa. Bakugo tried to warn him to back off, but was ignored. Midoriya didn't do anything wrong, and so she is not in trouble. However, Tsubasa's behavior is troubling. The principal frowned. What are you implying? Mrs. Tsubasa demanded. Ma'am, he has shown troubling, abusive behavior to those without quirks, or so-called weak quirks. This is the first step into the education system, to socialize and learn social norms. We like to believe we help children who pass through here to grow up with acceptance in all kinds of people. He does not exhibit accepting behavior at all. Saying if he is unable to get along with other children, and treats them purely based on quirks alone, we don't think this is the daycare for him. The principal said. Mrs. Tsubasa was trying to remain furious, but was clear she understood the warning. She was the first to leave. I am so sorry this happened, Mississippi Midoriya, Mrs. Bakugo. I understand, and give my permission to take them home early. Thank you. Inko nodded politely. We'll keep an eye out for any more troublemakers. But I think that little display of her quirk is sure to put down any mean comments. The principal smiled. The two women left. It's nice to see how well this daycare handles things like this. Mitsuki said. Teaching kids to accept all kids of people. It's sweet. The perfect place for Hikari. Inko nodded. They headed to their kids' class. Their teachers smiled as she saw them. Midoriya-chan. Bakugo-kun. Your mothers are here. Mommy. Hikari giggled, running over and embracing Inko. Hey sweetie. You feeling okay? Inko asked. Hikari nodded before frowning. Did I get in trouble for hurting Tsubasa? No, you lost a little control over your quirk. It happens to everyone your age. Inko smiled. Hikari smiled a little. Hikari and Katsuki got their things and left with their mothers. Me and Hikari made a list of training ideas. Katsuki held out a sheet of paper. Inko took it, looking over the ideas. It was clear they had put a lot of thought into their plans. Well, you can try the safe ideas. I think taking Hikari to an energy quirk specialist will be safer when dealing with the more dangerous ideas. Don't want Hikari to get hurt. Katsuki said. But we can still train together, right? Hikari looked up hopefully. Of course. Inko smiled. The two children cheered, causing Inko and Mitsuki to laugh. Time passed. Hikari saw an energy quirk specialist to learn the limits of her quirk. She and Katsuki were also as close as ever. Shoko, Yumiko, Ami and Tokiwa become part of their small group. As they moved up to elementary school, they were all thrilled to be in the same class again. Inko, have you had the talk with Hikari yet? Mitsuki asked. The friends had met up for lunch. Inko sighed. Hikari was 8 now, and was around the age of PB. There was only one thing concerning her. It is kind of hard, considering she is biologically male, Inko frowned. Well, have you considered she could control her hormones with the chemical side of her quirk? Mitsuki asked. Inko stopped. I suppose that is true. I could set up an appointment with a doctor. I am sure they'll be able to help her more with the herm side. Inko said. I'll have a talk with her tonight. Mitsuki nodded. Hikari, sweetie? Inko looked over at her daughter at dinner. The 8-year-old had grown out her hair, the mess of curls currently tied into a small ponytail. Yeah, Mom. She looked up. We need to talk about, well, remember when Mitsuko mentioned having a talk with Katsuki? Mom. Hikari whined. Kaken told me what Aunt Mitsuki said during that talk. She was blushing deeply. It was bad enough to hear it from my best friend. Please don't tell me it again. Inko giggled lightly. This is related to that, but not quite. Inko said. Hikari frowned. Is it because I was born a boy? Yes, I have set up an appointment with a doctor who actually works with transgender people like you and deals a lot with the therapy involved during the transitions. They have injections to give them the right hormones they need. Though, Inko smiled. The chemical side of your quirk might be able to solve that for you. What do you mean? Hikari asked. Hormones are chemicals. You may be able to control the hormones released in your body. I thought seeing a specialist will help you learn more. Hikari launched at her mother, throwing her arms around her. I love you, Mom. Hikari said. I love you too, sweetie. Inko hugged her back. The trip to the doctor's proved to be a brilliant choice. The doctor they met could see hormones, and set the whole day aside to aid Hikari. It took about 4 to 5 hours, but Hikari was able to decide what hormones her body released. Impressive, Midoriya-chan. With a quirk like that you won't need any feminizing herm therapy. The doctor smiled. But I made notes on everything just in case you forget something. You can also call up to make an appointment anytime. Just remember, you should check your herm level every 1 morning. The moment you feel testosterone being released, change it for estrone, and after a while your body will start learning to react the same way. Thank you. The Midoriyas left. Hikari beaming. Mom. Hikari turned to her mother. Yes, sweetie. Thank you for always standing by me. Hikari smiled. Anytime, dear. How about we invite the Bakugos over for Katsudon? No doubt Katsuki has missed you. Inko smiled softly. Please. Hikari nodded eagerly. The mother and daughter headed home, arms linked. At the age of 10, Hikari decided it was time she started training her body, not just her quirk. The moment her Aunt Mitsuki presented her with a 5-year membership to a gym close by, she cried and hugged her. She decided to check it out one Saturday. Hikari looked around the gym nervously, wondering where she should start. First time here? A voice asked. Hikari jumped and turned to see a guy looking at her, dark hair tied into a bun. She nodded. I am thinking of training my body to help prepare me for being a hero. I can't always count on my quirk. The man watched her before nodding. Wise choice. He said. Have you done any training before? Hikari began to explain her current routine, from the morning and evening jogs, to the weightlifting she joined Katsuki with. The man listened carefully. And what's your quirk? I can collect, store, convert and transfer 5 of the energy types: heat, light, kinetic, electrical and chemical. Hikari explained. Chemical helps me regulate quite a lot of my body's natural chemical reactions. So you have herm control too? He asked. Hikari nodded. That will help you when training, especially if you can learn your limits and allow your body to get used to that sort of level of training a lot faster than most people. I never really thought about that, Hikari muttered. The man hummed lightly before giving her a training schedule for that day. Hikari got started with great enthusiasm. She paced herself well, going through the routine with the man looking over her form and telling her the correct form if she got it wrong. By the end, Hikari was beaming and was thanking him as they were about to part ways outside the gym. Oh, I am sorry too. You spent time making sure I got it right. I completely interrupted your training. Hikari gasped and bowed her head. Sorry. It's fine. You have potential, so best you get the right help, the man said. Hikari looked at him before choking. Are you a hero? She gasped. The man glanced away. She frowned before her eyes widened. Gyo raised her head. She covered her mouth, blushing. Thank you for your help. Eraserhead san. She quickly ran away, hands clutching her cheeks as she mentally scowled herself for making a fool out of herself in front on one of her heroes. She failed to see the blonde man that was walking their way, and leaned against Eraserhead's shoulder as the man stared after the girl in shock. You helped her train and she knows your hero self, the man smirked. Found yourself a good student? Shut up, Eraserhead muttered and turned to walk away. Ah, come on, Shoyuta. Who was she? The blonde stayed close to his side. A wannabe hero with potential, Shoyuta replied. Helping her was the logical thing to do. You act all harsh and grumpy, but you are just a secret softie, the blonde smiled. Shut up, Shoyuta blushed. He was hoping the girl would keep up his tips, though he felt he had little to worry about. She knew who he was, and seemed dedicated to working on it. Potential indeed. I'm home, Hikari called as she walked in. Welcome back, sweetie, Inko replied. Where the F you been? Katsuki yelled. Hikari giggled as Mitsuki yelled at him to be polite. I was at the gym, Kaken, Hikari smiled. She skipped over to her mom and kissed her on the cheek. It was fun. Thank you, Aunt Mitsuki, you couldn't have chosen a better gym. Hikari settles on the arm of the sofa. You won't believe who helped me out with a training routine, she added with a grin. Who? Inko looked somewhat concerned. An underground hero. Hikari smiled. Wait, is it the same one you've been crushing over for the last 2 years? Katsuki asked. Hikari blushed. Inko and Mitsuki giggled at her reaction. I do not have a crush on him, Bakugo Katsuki. Unlike your complete obvious crush on All Might, she smirked teasingly. Bakugo glared at her. I swear neither of you will never grow up, Inko sighed, shaking her head. But it's nice to know a hero helped you out. I want to thank him properly though. Eraserhead was so busy helping me get everything right, he didn't even get to finish whatever he was doing, Hikari sighed. Well, he was helping you, dumbass, Katsuki said. He didn't finish what he was doing because he wanted to. You have an amazing way with words, Kaken, Hikari exclaimed. It was only a matter of seconds before the two were wrestling on the ground. My brat's been a bad influence, Mitsuki sighed. Inko just giggled at the 10-year-old's antics. I guess we'll just have to eat dinner without them, Inko replied. The two of them immediately broke apart with Hikari jumping up. What is for dinner? She asked excitedly. Katsudon, Inko answered. Hikari let out a small cheer before her mother stopped her. But, you need to go and have a shower first. Deal. Hikari sped from the room. Inko, Mitsuki, and Maresu ate dinner in the dining room while Katsuki and Hikari sat in the living room. A new show about heroes was on and they had promised to watch it together. Just think, in 4 years, we'll both be in UA, meaning only 7 years until we will full pros ready to face the world as sidekicks. Hikari muttered around her chopsticks. What would we still work to be a hero duo? Katsuki asked. Hikari smiled at him softly. Of course. You are my best friend, and we generally work well together. We are a prefect team, nothing will change that fact. Hikari nudged him softly. I probably would never think about being a hero without you at my side. It'd be too weird, she paused, watching him momentarily. You are going through one of those moments, aren't you? Katsuki bowed his head in shame. Hikari sighed, putting her bowel to the side and taking Katsuki's, putting it next to hers. She then pulled him into a hug. Kaken, you are my best friend, but you are more than that too. You are my brother. You may act a little rude and loud, but that is you. I love you for being you, and there is no one else I would want in your place. Katsuki slowly wrapped his arms around her, burying his head into her shoulder. The two heroes, King Explosion and his trusted best friend, Nico-chan, she whispered. Katsuki chuckled lightly. We're going to take Japan by storm, just you wait, Hikari promised. We are going to be great. Hikari went to the gym for a few more days, going through what Eraserhead had taught her. It was on the 7th day when she met the underground hero. She was going through her starting stretches when he approached her. Good to see you sticking with the routine, he said. Hikari looked up at him. Of course. It's helping me be a better hero. All advice from heroes can't be bad. Though, I am highly doubtful Endeavor would have any good advice when he can barely control his quirk, Hikari said. Eraser gave her an amused look. She blushed. I analyze heroes as a hobby. I know quirk strengths and weakness, fighting styles, and have several ideas on how to take the heroes out. Where do you keep those analyses? In a small safe in my room, made by a hero support company that reacts to my quirk. And I have a special way of opening it with my quirk, so it can't be broken into, Hikari explained. It would be stupid of me to carry them around with me. Someone could steal them. Eraser nodded. The girl was smart. He was pleased to see that. Not enough kids had common sense these days. He had a feeling Nizu would be taken with the girl's intelligence and logical thinking. He knew how much the animal enjoyed logical debates. He was often dragged into them. Well, let's see how well you remember the routine, Eraser told her. Hikari beamed, standing straight. Her posture was perfect, eyes gleaming with determination. If only she was one of his students, she would likely be the only one I wouldn't expel, Eraser thought. Yes, sensei. She nodded. He was a little shocked, but he gave a small smile, nodding for her to start. He hadn't noticed his 3 friends, who had stalked him to the gym. They watched him from a corner under the illusion they were working out, but they were just watching the underground hero tutor the young girl who attacked the routine with the enthusiasm and determination of any third-year Udata student. Hikari stretched after the routine to prevent herself getting a cramp or pulling a muscle. Goodness knows what she would do if that happened. She beamed up at Eraser. How did I do? She asked. Well, you're definitely a faster learner than my current class, Eraser signed. Good job, kid. Hikari blushed happily. Shoyuta. A voice called out. Eraser grimaced. Hikari frowned, peeking around him, watching the trio with interest. What are you doing here? Eraserhead hissed. Present Mike, Midnight, and Ingenium, Hikari stated plainly. The trio looked at her in surprise. They were all out of costume, and it was uncommon for people to be able to recognize them right off the bat. Hikari smiled softly, holding back her fangirling nature. She glanced at the clock and gasped. Ah, it's that time already. Kaken is going to be so worried. Hikari said, running to her locker. The heroes followed after her concerned. She pulled out her phone, quickly dialing a number. Kaken. Kaken, she asked. The heroes watched as her expression hardened. Eraser felt worried for whoever had just annoyed her. She looked at her phone and got up a tracker. Don't you dare do something stupid. She grabbed her things, heroes forgotten as she fled the gym. That was concerning. Midnight frowned before Eraser gathered up his own things. Shoyuta? Hurry up, we're following. With the chance there is someone who might do something stupid, we should be. Just in case. Let's go. Eraser said. The trio were quick to gather their things and rush after him. Kaken, Hikari frowned. His location was at the beach covered with junk. She gracefully walked over the junk as she tried to locate her friend. Am I just as bad as Endeavor? She stopped on top of a fridge. Looking down, she saw him. No, she sat on the fridge. You're nothing like Endeavor. You're explosive, sure, but you have a comforting heat, like a warm bath or shower after a hard workout, or a hug, Hikari smiled. Endeavor, he's like an extremely hot day with no shade, a wildfire, or an open flame, dangerous. I wouldn't be around you if you were like Endeavor. But look at us Kaken. Best friends, brother and sister. We're so close and I'm not burnt. I said so days ago. We will always be together, you are you, don't try being someone else. Katsuki glanced up before slowly joining her. The heroes were watching from a short distance away. People won't like my attitude if I become hero, Katsuki said. Maybe not, but your heart is always in the right place. You want people to feel safe, to secure what All Might has put in place. Keep the villain numbers down. Hikari told him. You are brash and brazen, Kaken, but that's just you. She beamed at him. You're amazing either way, Kaken. It's not your fault if people don't try to get to know the real you. She wrapped an arm around him. Katsuki leaned against her. We all have our darkest times, Kaken. But remember, I am always here, always will be. Even if the world was burning, I will continue to stand beside you. The two friends sat against each other, watching the sun set. Think we should clean up this beach? Katsuki questioned. Hikari smiled. I think that's a great idea. Why don't we start next week? We can plan a schedule, Hikari said. I bet the scene will be beautiful. That's what I was thinking, Katsuki muttered. Well, you know what they say. Great minds think alike, Hikari giggled. The heroes stood back, watching the soft scene before them. Eraserhead found himself more impressed, her dedication to training beyond her quirk, the belief in her own dreams, the strength of her heart and the kindness of her soul. He could tell she was truthful in all she said, her smile true. What are you thinking, Shoyuta? You have an actual smile on your face, and it's creeping us out, Mike asked, looking at his friend concerned. I am thinking we're watching the next #1 hero, Eraser said. One both stronger and kinder than All Might. Only time will tell. High praise. You going to get permission from Nizu to train her? Midnight asked. Right after I ask permission from their parents. We should try and help her friend with his confidence, Eraser said, beginning to walk away. His entourage followed after him, leaving the friends to enjoy the sunset. Aizawa planned everything out. If he was going to ask their parents, he would need to show everything he was going to teach them. From quirkless fight to quirk usage, he sent an email to Nizu explaining what he was requesting use of the U.A equipment when it came to quirk usage. With his permission, Aizawa had everything he needed. A timetable and plans. He would add in a diet plan when he got their workout levels and more information on their quirks. He managed to fit in confidence boosting with Hisashi for the boy. For now, he only had the basic information on them. Bakugo Katsuki, quirk, explosion, and Midoriya Hikari, quirk, dynamism. Both quirks would work perfectly together, if utilized in the right way, and Aizawa added room for that. They had potential to be a powerhouse wonder duo, and Aizawa wanted to help nurture that. Is that everything, Shoyuta, everything you need? Hisashi asked. Aizawa patted his folder. All in here, he said. What time are you meeting them? Namuri asked. In 2 hours, Aizawa answered. He remembered the conversation he had had with Midoriya's mother well. The older Midoriya first thanked him for helping her daughter, that she knew Hikari was also very happy with his help. So, once Aizawa brought up the reason for his call, Mississippi Midoriya was quite happy to discuss the plans, saying she would get the Bakugos around for the meetings. And even though it was quite clear that Mississippi Midoriya was a nice woman, Aizawa knew nothing about the Bakugos, which was the main reason for his nerves. And whilst he was good with hiding his emotions, his friends easily saw through him. I am sure everything will be fine, Shoyuta. Hisashi smiled. Yeah, Aizawa nodded. He would find out soon either way. Hikari and Katsuki were in the garden wrestling. Hikari was giggled, and Katsuki was smirking. You're going down this time. Katsuki smirked. Oh really? You're going to have to try a lot harder than normal, Kaken. Hikari challenged. Their parents watched from the house. Inko shook her head at their antics. Mitsuki and Maresu were quietly debating who would win this time round. Sometimes I look at them and realize they only got bigger. They never really grew up. Inko smiled. It's brilliant. Mitsuki chuckled. Though, I think Katsuki got a little more protective over her. Really? Should have heard him the other day, cursing out a boy in their class that apparently said Hikari was super cute or something along those lines. Mitsuki grinned. He is such a big brother, it's adorable. The trio smiled at their children, Hikari pinning Katsuki for a moment, before he was able to flip her off. Think we should have told them about Eraserhead coming today? Nah, it will be a nice surprise for them. I wonder how Katsuki got pulled into the training too. I don't think they have ever met. Mitsuki frowned. I wouldn't be surprised if he knows that Hikari and Katsuki have been training together, and may believe it would be nice for them to continue as such. Maresu suggested. That would be sweet of him. Inko smiled. Aizawa showed up at the Midoriya household in his hero costume. He was now wondering maybe he should have asked Hisashi where he had put his suit, though the chances of it still fitting were slim. Woman with straight green hair opened the door. Aizawa could immediately see where Hikari got here looks. The curls and the freckles must have been the only traits she had inherited from her father. Eraserhead, right? She asked. He nodded. Pleasure to meet you, Mississippi Midoriya. He offered her his hand. Midoriya Inko beamed and accepted it. Please come in. Would you like some tea before we start? She offered. If it isn't much trouble, ma'am. He replied. She smiled. Go and sit in the living room then, dear. The Bakugos are already here too. She told him, rushing him into the living room. The Bakugos looked up as he entered. Mr. Bakugo was up first. Eraserhead, he said, shaking his hand. Please, call me Aizawa. he replied. He seemed nice enough. He almost frowned when he saw Mrs. Bakugo staring at him. I didn't know some heroes chose to dress like that. She commented. Eraserhead is an underground hero, Aunt Mitsuki. Hikari came in, she and Katsuki covered with dirt and grass stains. His quirk allows him to erase the quirks of villains. His costume is not only durable, it is baggy, which can easily hide his form, and thus luring villains into a false sense of security. Hikari beamed. You should really watch that one fight against the mutant-type villain. It is amazing. Aizawa blushed at her words. As an underground hero, he wasn't used to having a fan. Hikari, sweetie, I think you're embarrassing him. Inko smiled, placing cups down. Sorry, what is Eraserhead doing here anyway? Hikari asked. Katsuki also looked curious. I think you should tell them. Inko urged Aizawa. I want to help you two train for being heroes. He said, simple and to the point. Hikari and Katsuki stared at him in shock. I saw what happened the other day after you left the gym. Midoriya, you have the heart and confidence to be a hero. He looked at Bakugo. I don't know much about you, Bakugo. But what I saw the other day, what I heard, I know you have the heart, it's the confidence you need to work on. Confidence, my brat has a lot of it. Mitsuki said. Hikari frowned, looking at Katsuki, whose head was bowed. Auntie, that is just a front Kaken puts on, Hikari admitted. The adults looked at her. Kaken is brave and strong, but he doubts himself so much cause of what people say. She rested her hand on Katsuki's shoulder. I have a friend who was much like that. Put on a front to hide his true emotions underneath. I have everything related to training planned out. He put a hand on his folder. And it includes confidence building with that friend who is also a pro hero. Present Mike. Hikari suggested. He nodded. Katsuki nodded. So, what is this plan? Mitsuki asked. Aizawa opened up the folder and the discussions began. They lasted a few hours, Katsuki and Hikari listening and sharing their school schedules so Aizawa was able to formulate his training around them. By the end of it, the parents were smiling, Hikari and Katsuki were excited, and Aizawa was relieved it all went well. Training begins Sunday. It will only to be see your limits and to work a dietary plan to go with your training. Aizawa told the children at the door. See you then. Hikari beamed. Thank you for this opportunity. Katsuki said, you have potential, alone and together. It should be nurtured so you can be the best you can be. Aizawa told them. Don't let me down. Of course not. The two of them nodded. Aizawa nodded and left them. Hikari closed the door and laughed, hugging Katsuki. We're going to be trained by a pro hero. She cheered. Katsuki smiled softly. I guess we are. I am still going to kick your butt. Katsuki, language. Mitsuki yelled. The two of them laughed and ran upstairs to avoid the wrath of Bakugo Mitsuki. Saturday, both Katsuki and Hikari received a letter from UDA with day passes, and a note from Aizawa explaining for them to come to the hero school. Hikari was bouncing around in her excitement. Katsuki watched her with a small smile. This is going to be so great. We are going to have an advantage. She beamed. Endeavor has a son our age, he is likely training him. Katsuki pointed out. Endeavor is a terrible human and a terrible hero. I doubt his son will learn much from him. Hikari waved him off. She sat next to him on the sofa. What do you think we will be asked to do tomorrow? Maybe those normal school tests we are made to do every year. Katsuki said. Like that softball throw. Ah, that would be interesting to see how he asks to do it, Hikari mumbled. Whoa, Katsuki and Hikari were dropped off by Inko the next day at UA. The 10-year-olds looked at the large gate. Hikari took Katsuki's hand. They waved to Inko before entering the school. Nizu watched them from his office window. He had been surprised when Aizawa had contacted him about the two children he wanted to train. Of course he accepted. He wanted to see the potential Aizawa saw within them. He sipped his tea with a small smile. Aizawa was waiting for them on the field, leaving their bags by the side of the school building. The two of them jogged over. Right on time, good. Aizawa nodded. The two smiled lightly. He set up what they had to do. Katsuki was right when they had to perform the simple exercise. They first did it without their quirks, before going through them again with their quirks. Aizawa mused over their results as they took a breather. He was impressed with them. Obviously their quirk scores were a lot higher than the non-quirk results. But the non-quirk results were above average, showing they had already been training for some time. He looked over at them. Hikari and Katsuki were sitting on a bench, water bottle in hand, discussing something. Aizawa wasn't close enough to hear, but from the looks on their faces, he assumed they were discussing how well they did. Self-evaluation was a good way to see what ways they could have improved. Aizawa was glad to see them taking the tests in their strides. He got out a small notebook to fully work out their levels. Building up more muscle was on the list, meaning he would have to add high protein into their diet. They could both benefit from more iron too. Whilst making these notes, Aizawa failed to notice Nizu joining the duo. Surprise he hasn't asked us to work through the test together. We do a lot better together, Katsuki said. True, but he did want to see our singular levels. This way he can make sure our training routines are personal and right for us. Hikari added, I could have done better. I have drawn in the light energy whilst you were doing your tests. And I could have worn clothes that makes me sweat more, increasing the size and power of my explosions. Katsuki said, knowing you could improve is the step to doing so. The duo looked down to see Nizu. Principal Nizu. Hikari mumbled, more surprised to see him than in greeting. Nice to meet you too. He smiled. Before he looked over at Aizawa, who was still making notes. You must have made quite the impression. Never seen his so focus on reviewing the notes of a training session before. Really? Katsuki asked. Nizu nodded. Eraser is a harsh teacher. He has been called in to help with stealth training and quirkless fighting. He makes it clear that he doesn't like training students with attitudes or believe they will make it through this school on a powerful quirk alone. But he seems quite into training you guys. Nizu smiled. You must be something quite special. Katsuki and Hikari blushed. Nizu, surprised to see you out of your office? Aizawa finally came over. I was curious about your new students. Nizu said. How did we do? Hikari asked. Your quirk results are equal to a current first year's, which is impressive as you are 10 years old. Aizawa looked at his notes. And your non-quirk results are all above the national average, also very impressive. We still could have done better, Katsuki sighed. Seeing that you can improve shows you still have room to grow and learn, that you can become better. Aizawa said, I trust you to do better next time. Katsuki gave small smile and nodded. Hikari beamed. Yes, sensei. She nodded. I will have your full training plans and dietary plans done for tomorrow. Aizawa told them. They both nodded. I have texted your mother, Midoriya. She is on her way to pick you up. I suggest resting for the rest of the day as the real work starts tomorrow. Okay. The both said. Hikari and Katsuki settled on the sofa of the Midoriya household when they got back. Inko smiled at them softly. Would you two like some tea and some curry? Yes. Please, Mama. Hikari begged. Much appreciated, Auntie. Katsuki nodded. Inko went into the kitchen. Meeting Nizu was interesting, but I think he is more interested in Aizawa's decision to train us than he may let on. Hikari muttered. You think so? Katsuki asked. Nizu is a unknown when it comes to science. Animal with a quirk, still unexplained how he has one. Just known he is a genius. So, he probably more interested in us than he lets on. We'll probably see him a lot during our training. Probably, Katsuki nodded, before rubbing his arm. Hikari glanced at him. Do your wrists hurt again? Yes. Just a little. He admitted. Hikari smiled and took hold of his arms. She began to rub his wrists with her thumbs, warming her hands with her quirk as she did. Katsuki sighed in relief, before resting his head on her shoulder. They're better? Hikari smiled. Much, thank you, Katsuki said. Not at all. Hikari replied, continuing to rub. His wrists were somewhat of a weak point if he overused his quirk. Hikari was just happy she could lessen his pain a little. Hikari and Katsuki had been training with Aizawa for a whole month. Aizawa decided to have that first month getting to look at how his schedule is fitting for them. He was a little concerned about Katsuki's hearing. The boy was strong physically and his grades were nothing to scoff at, but he clearly noticed how on occasion he had to ask Hikari what was said. Aizawa could tell that Hikari was concerned about it too. She had told him she had spoken to the Bakugos and that Katsuki would be getting his hearing tested soon. Katsuki was almost ashamed when they turned up one day, a pair of hearing aids in place around his ears. Hikari was trying to cheer him up, but Aizawa had a feeling this is something she wouldn't be able to help in. And he decided it was time for his students to meet the other pro hero who would be showing his face around soon. He should have guessed this would have happened. Invited Hizashi to come to a training session, and Namuri and Tensei believed the invitation included them. Hikari glanced at her friend concerned when they entered the gym. Sorry about these two, they didn't seem to get that they weren't welcome. Aizawa motioned at Namuri and Tensei, both turned to him. Hey! Namuri pouted. You got present Mike involved cause he has hearing problems too. Hikari pointed out. Katsuki stared at her. How do you know he has hearing problems? Well, it would make sense, right? I mean, look at you. Yes, you hands have developed to withstand your quirk, but your arms get hurt from overuse. All quirks are like that, unless the body is complete mutated to deal with the change of the quirk. A quirk that creates loud sounds is bound to damage your hearing. Hikari smiled before giggling. He was also talking about it on his radio show a few weeks back. Katsuki huffed and lightly punched her. Hikari giggled. Hizashi smiled. You found yourself some good students here, Shoyuta. Please stop taking all the good ones before we get a chance to find some students to train too. Hizashi pouted. Aizawa rolled his eyes. The heroes took some time to get to know Hikari and Katsuki. Aizawa stood back watching. Hizashi and Katsuki were talking about the effect their quirks had on their hearing and Hizashi providing tips on help to help it. Going as far to get into contact with the people that made his special headphones that helped block out the extra noise his quirk created, but allowing enough so he could still hear people. They went on to continue to discuss what could be made to suit Katsuki in his personal life and his future hero costume. Whilst Hikari was talking to Namuri, the R-rated hero was talking excitedly to the girl, who was looking up at her with an equally excited expression. Tensei, who was listening, looked confused. Aizawa was going to go over to find out what they were talking about until Hizashi called him over. Putting it out of his mind for now, he went to see what Hizashi wanted. Hikari went into the changing room to get change into her workout clothes, but as she didn't come out within 10 minutes, Namuri got concerned. But the moment she entered, Hikari ended up screaming and shook. The heroes and Katsuki looked towards the changing rooms. Hizashi chuckled. Namuri should have been more. He began, but Namuri quickly left. Hikari ran from the fire escape door in the bathroom. I didn't know I had spooked her that much. Namuri looked heartbroken and ashamed. I'll go after her, you guys stay here. Aizawa ran from the front entrance and went on the hunt for the runaway girl. He found her sitting under a tree. He walked up to her. Here you are, he said. Hikari looked up, and she blushed. Sorry. I overreacted. It was stupid. She mumbled. I know Namuri can be scary but not that scary. Aizawa said. Hikari looked bashful, but also somewhat afraid. He had a feeling there was more to it than being spooked. He sighed and sat on a bench, patting the seat next to him. Hikari sat down. Now, are you going to explain what that was about? He asked. Namuri was just going to check on you. I know. She almost found out. Hikari bowed her head. Aizawa looked at her concerned. About what? He questioned. Hikari looked away. I wasn't born a girl, Hikari said, ever so quietly. She closed her eyes waiting for him to tell her he would never train her again, but was surprised when he placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair. Being transgender isn't something to be ashamed of. I know it is scary, other people finding out, but we won't judge you. I know Namuri defiantly wouldn't judge you. Aizawa told her. Hikari sniffed and looked up at him. How do you know? Why would someone who is transphobic be friends with someone who is transgender? You're not alone, Hikari. Aizawa smiled. He looked away, looking around the park. I wasn't born male, so we're the same in different ways. Hikari looked at him with admiration and stars in her eyes. There will be people who are against us, but we just need to keep those who still loves us close. Hikari looked down sadly. Only you, my mom and possibly my aunt and uncle know. Kaken has no idea. We met after I started going. As Hikari, I have no idea how to tell him. I'm scared he will just up and leave me alone. Hikari frowned. It's hard, kid, but you can tell people when you're ready. I am here if you ever need to talk though. Aizawa said. Hikari beamed happily. Thank you. Hikari smiled with small tears in her eyes. Aizawa smiled kindly, thinking back to when they first met, to what Hikari said when she left. He guessed he didn't mind being a big brother to the girl, if she needed it. Aizawa and Hikari returned to the gym when Aizawa assured her he would keep her secret until she was ready to share it herself. Aizawa promised, understanding how she felt, he had been the same way. Coming out was never easy, and whilst comfortable with who they were did not always mean they were comfortable with people knowing. Hikari admitted she had been taking so long due to the fact she was experiencing body dysphoria that day. Even though with her herm control allowed her to manipulate her body enough for her to develop a more feminine body, there was always one part of her that would remind her of her past self. Aizawa rubbed her back, knowing that feeling all too well. He had been that way, until he had saved up enough for bottom reassignment surgery. When they got back to the gym, Namuri apologized for scaring her. Hikari waved off her apologizes. It's not your fault. I was distracted. It was my own fault. Hikari said. Are you okay then? Yamada asked. His expression concerned, Hikari smiled. I'm okay now, she stopped as Katsuki hugged her. Hikari smiled softly. Even though Katsuki didn't know, he knew she occasionally got lost in her own mind when changing. Thanks, Kaken. She whispered, wrapping her arms around him. I know you're here when I need to talk. Please remember I am here for you too. Katsuki said. Hikari chuckled lightly. We're quite a pair, aren't we? She smiled. Yeah, you seriously are okay though, aren't you? Katsuki asked. Yeah, I'm okay now. Thanks for asking. Hikari smiled. Katsuki gave her a small smile. They spent the last hour calmly chatting, but Katsuki didn't leave her side. You two are so cute. I know you're best friends, but you sure you're not something more? Namuri asked. Kaken is more like my big brother. Hikari beamed. He was my first friend, didn't beat me up when playing heroes. Helped me discover my quirk, helped me gain control of my quirk when I lost control of it. And chases of guys who get too close for some reason, he won't tell me. Hikari smiled, Namuri smiled. A caring older brother figure. So sweet. Namuri cooed, Katsuki blushed, muttering softly under his breath. Hikari giggled lightly. Kaken is the best big brother. Hikari said, he voice filled with assurance. Katsuki's blush deepened, but smiled softly. You're going to be a hero duo, aren't you? He asked. Of course, we're the perfect team. Katsuki nodded. And our familiarity with each other, with our understanding of each other's quirks, makes us a good team. Hikari smiled. They are a good match. Aizawa nodded. The specifics of your quirk, Midoriya, makes it compatible with most quirks that have most elemental factors, or required a type of energy. It's rare and powerful, but you need to be able to go between energy types fluidly. Aizawa said. Hikari nodded, a determined gleam in her eyes. All right, we can do this. Hikari smiled happily. So what was the reason she ran earlier? Ida asked, after the two children had gone home for the day. Aizawa shook his head. Can't say, it's not my place and I promised her. Please don't try and find out. Aizawa warned them. They nodded, and nothing more was said on the subject. Katsuki? Katsuki? Mitsuki glared at her son, but as she got closer, she noticed his hearing aids were gone. Yeah? He asked. She got closer to him. Where are your hearing aids? Yes. Hikari took them for a sec. He answered, looking back at the book he was reading. She said she can make them look cooler. Mitsuki smiled. She knew Katsuki had not liked how the hearing aids looked. Kaken! Hikari came running in. His hearing aids in hand, she had delicately painted an explosion pattern on them. Katsuki accepted them before looking at her. Hikari beamed. Surprise. Explosions are your thing. What do you think? Katsuki put them back on, smiling. Thank you, I love them. Katsuki smiled softly, Hikari flushed happily. Always happy to help Kaken. She grinned. How did Nana choose a successor? Why did she pick me? A man sat in a ruined-down place, across from an older man. The older man looked down. She admired your spirit. That was the first thing that drew her attention. You knew what you wanted to do, you had a reason and you were running for it even without a quirk of your own. The man said, look for someone with that spirit, look for someone who you feel will be perfect to take your place, but not be you. This is going to be hard, and night I won't stop bothering me about retiring, the man sighed. I don't know what to do now. I want to continue as All Might, but I don't know how long I can do this. Then go and search, you ain't going to find a successor sitting round here. Go out there. The older man said. All Might stood up, placing a hand on his injured side as it began to burn. When you find them, bring them here and I can help you train them. Thank you, Torino. All Might gave him a small smile. Don't mention it, Toshinori, now get out of here. Torino shooed him away. Toshinori stepped outside and took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Maybe I should talk to Nizu, he mused, and began to head to the train station, his destination, Kaken. Hikari hugged him as she ran out to greet him one Monday morning, as he waited outside her home. Are you ready for school? Katsuki rolled his eyes at her. Hikari pouted and eyed him suspiciously. You're worried about how people will react to your hearing aids? Aren't you? She said. Katsuki gave her a small sad smile. Is it that obvious? Well, I have known you most of our lives, Kaken. It is second nature by now. She let him go and smiled at him softly. No one will say anything with me around. Promise. She beamed. Katsuki huffed lightly. No one can ever stand up to you, can they? Katsuki said. Nah, I get my stubbornness from my mom. Hikari said proudly, come on, Kaken, we don't want to be late. Aizawa-sensei would kill us if we are ever late. Ah, true. Katsuki began to run. Race you? Wait, not fair. Hikari yelled after him and began to run after him. Katsuki reached the school first, stopping by the gate, chuckling as Hikari joined him seconds later. That was until she punched his arm. Ow! He rubbed it, pouting. Hikari huffed. That was for cheating, she said, folding her arms. Hey, you should have known I would race you. Katsuki said. Hikari stuck her tongue out. Katsuki just laughed. She joined him, giggling happily. Fine, you win this time. Let's get to class. She smiled. The two of them headed into class. Hikari failed to notice one boy in class staring at her as she and Katsuki took their seats talking about how their training was going. During lunch, Hikari found herself stopped by a boy. She thought she recognized him from her class, but definitely someone new, someone she had never really talked with. Her mind raced with the options of why he had approached her, until he spoke. Her mind screeched to a halt and she went into slight shock. Hikari just stared at him, before looking at him in disgust. What? I said, ditch anger issues and date me instead. He said. Kaken is my brother. Not by blood but by heart. I couldn't date him, that is just no. I don't even what to think about that. Hikari shook her head furiously. Katsuki, who had gone to the bathroom, approached them. You okay? They are sick. They thought we were dating. Hikari pointed at the guys. Katsuki blinked in surprise, before glaring at them. Dude, she's my sister. Wait, why did they bring it up? Katsuki asked. He wants to date me. But I thought I made it clear I don't deal with JRKS like him. Hikari said, placing her hands on her hips, looking at the other boys with an uninterested look. Katsuki growled. You better keep your hands away from her, you ain't worth her time. Katsuki glared. And you are? The boy who asked Hikari out huffed back. Hikari wrapped an arm around Katsuki's shoulders. He's my brother, stupid. I make time for him. Hikari scowled. Come on, Kaken, let's go eat our lunch. Hikari turned and began walking away towards the tree they usually sat under. Katsuki glared at the boys one more time before following after her. The boy growled and stormed off, but he wasn't going to let the rejection settle. That was rather annoying and weird. Hikari frowned. I know he's in our class and all, but I can't remember his name and I don't think we've ever spoken before. He seems to like pointing out all my flaws when you are not around. Katsuki sighed, opening up his bento box. They probably did that so they seemed like good guys to me. Hikari sighed, taking a bite of breaded pork, enjoying the taste of her mother's katsudon. It's stupid, Katsuki mumbled. It is. But at the same time, no idea why he would want to date me, or even think I would even consider saying yes. I have never spoken to him before, so, I technically don't know him. Hikari said, and he's not my type. You have a type? Katsuki looked at her with an intrigued look. I'll have you know my ideal guy just needs one trait. Human decency. Hikari smiled, Katsuki laughed, Hikari grinned and began laughing herself. And it was quite plain to see that is the main area he was lacking. Evening, you two. Mitsuki greeted from the table where she and Inko were talking. Evening. Hikari smiled, Katsuki just huffed. Anything interesting happened today? Inko smiled. A boy asked me out, but I have no idea who he was, despite being in my class. He is a JRK to Kaken and thought I was dating him. Hikari sat down and sighed. Too much drama. Doubt he'll let the rejection slide that easily. Katsuki sighed. Yeah, have the same thought. So, we'll likely have to deal with him again. Hikari pouted, not really looking forward to that. Just punch him if he bothers you too much. Mitsuki told her. Mitsuki. Inko gasped but giggled lightly. Mom, don't encourage Aunt Mitsuki. Hikari said. My mom has a point. Punch him. Katsuki nodded. Kaken. Hikari said and shook her head. Even if I wanted to, I can't without risking a place at you. Ah, yeah, good point, Katsuki nodded. Well, if he bothers you too much, go and tell a teacher. They should be able to deal with it. Inko said. Okay, Mom. Hikari nodded. Hey, Kaken, want to play Mario Kart for a bit? So, you can lose again? Sure. Katsuki smirked. Oh, it is on. Hikari leapt up at the challenge. The two of them rushed upstairs. Inko sighed and shook her head with a small smile. Those two. She smiled. Real siblings, that boy stood no chances with Katsuki protectiveness over Hikari and her general attitude towards people who feel like that can get anyone they want without knowing them. Mitsuki said. I do hope she floors him if he gets too close. I am sure Katsuki would be the one to do that. Inko looked at her. They can both do it. Mitsuki smiled. It wasn't long before they could hear the TV playing the Mario game, Hikari and Katsuki doing all they could to distract each other to gain first place. Their mothers smiled and shook their heads. It's getting so creepy, Kaken. Hikari sighed. Like, he never tried speaking to me before, and now he's acting like we've be friends forever. Trying to woo you. Katsuki said. Well, boo-hoo for him, 'cause this girl don't want to be wooed. Hikari huffed. Katsuki smirked and shook his head. I have more important things to deal with, like training and kicking your butt at Mario Kart. Training and Mario Kart are the only things worth being interested in. Katsuki nodded wisely. You know what say, playing Mario once a day keeps the doctor away. I thought it was apples? Hikari smiled. Hey, it still works. Katsuki shrugged. Hikari laughed. But yeah, they are. She sighed and looked up. The two of them were walking home after school. I just don't like how he's basically stalking me at school. It's making me uncomfortable. Katsuki put a hand on her shoulder. I've got your back, you know that. He grinned. Hikari smiled. Yeah, you're the only person I would trust with that task, partner. Hikari held out her fist. Katsuki bumped it with his own. Likewise, partner. He smiled. You don't think he would try and follow us home, right? Ah, Kaken. Don't talk like that. Just the idea creeps me out even more. Hikari pouted. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare get close to either of our houses. But we should mention it to Auntie M, just in case. Katsuki said, Yeah, that's fair. Hikari nodded, Neither of them noticed the boy following at a distance, hiding behind trees and bushes. Even after warning her mother, Hikari would always look out of the window before she went to sleep, closing her curtains to a point no light could break through, that no one could look in. But a week later, when she got back from school, she forgot to close her curtain the whole way. Hikari pulled off her shirt, putting it in the hamper. As she turned towards her dresser, she stopped. At the window was the boy in her class. All she could do was scream. The boy bolted as Inko hurried into the room. Hikari quickly told her and the police were called. The police had grabbed him. Luckily, Hikari was in the living room when they were told. Katsuki wrapped his arm around her. Of course I am pressing charges. I don't care how old he is, he was purposely watching my daughter through the window. Inko fumed at the officers leading them into the house. Hikari warned me this might happen. He's been talking to her at school when they previously never spoken before. He only started to talk to me when he asked me out. I rejected him, 'cause I had no idea who he was. We had never spoken before, but this, Hikari huffed. Katsuki hugged her. The police were quick to take her statement, before leaving with the request from Inko to out a restraining order on the boy to keep him away from Hikari. Their class was silent the next day. Katsuki glared at any guys that tried to get close, but then his friends approached her. "Hey, what do you think you did?" One growled. Katsuki snarled. "She did." Hikari put a hand on his shoulder. Katsuki looked at her. Hikari smiled softly, her eyes dancing with anger. "It's okay, Kaken, let me deal with this," she said and stood in front of the boys. "My mom got a restraining order on him, the police all too happy too. Did you know he was interviewed by a detective with a lie detecting quirk? From what we were told, it was clear that if he wasn't forced to kept away, he would likely try and watch me through my window again, and they made it clear that it could have easily led to something a lot worse." She folded her arms. "What happened to him was due to keeping myself safe from someone who could have taken the steps to villainy. Window peeping isn't taken lightly, you know." The boys were silent. The whole class was watching. Hikari smiled. "So, maybe you should keep out of my way. I really don't want to deal with you guys again." She turned her back to them and smiled at Katsuki, who smirked. "I thought I was meant to be the one with the attitude," he said. "Sass, Kaken, it's a sacred art." She giggled. "I heard what happened. Are you okay?" Aizawa asked, sitting next to Hikari on the bars where she was doing sit-ups. "Yeah, nothing that couldn't be handled. But," she stopped talking, concentrating on her exercise for a moment. "He almost found out?" Aizawa finished. She nodded. "If I hadn't turned, I would have undressed completely and Hikari stopped. "Not even Kaken knows. You are worried about how he would react when he learns." "I know that feeling, it's horrible." Aizawa nodded. Hikari sat up. She looked at Aizawa sadly. "How did your friends find out?" "About you?" Hikari asked. "Hisashi had a bad feeling about my family situation. And he was right, my family couldn't accept who I was." Aizawa frowned. "That one day Hisashi and the others decided to check on me was the day my father had called round a friend to show me what I was." Hikari froze. "They got there just in time. I'm still grateful for it. They were all arrested for it. I stayed with Hisashi after that. They didn't care I was transgender, they only cared that I was okay." Aizawa smiled softly. "I'm glad they got there to help too." Hikari smiled. "I think Katsuki is a lot like them." Aizawa said, "I don't think he will care, as long as you are happy with being you, and that you are safe." "Yeah, I hope so," Hikari nodded. "When I feel like it's time, I'll tell him." "That's the best thing, don't feel pressured to tell him, just wait until the right time, you'll know it when it comes." Aizawa ruffled her hair. Hikari beamed. "Oi slakers!" Mike yelled. Hikari yelped and almost fell off the bar. Aizawa caught her. Mike was soon running from an explosion from Katsuki. Hikari began to laugh as she hung upside down, Aizawa's capture weapon around her waist. Katsuki hurried over to help her right up. She leaned against him giggling. Katsuki rolled his eyes, but chuckled alongside her. Nizu watched Hikari and Katsuki training from his office window. It had been 3 years since they had begun training with Eraserhead. The two 13-year-olds had grown much during their training and remained as close as ever. It had been interesting to see them grow. But Nizu was interested to see where they would continue to grow to. His ear twitched when his office door opened. A cough told him who it was. "Good afternoon, All Might, glad you could make it?" Nizu greeted, not looking away from the teens. "I have been waiting for you to come and speak to me for a while." "Sorry, sir," Yagi Tashinori apologized. "It is fine, I know why you are here. So come here." Nizu said. Yagi joined him at the window. "Are they first years?" Yagi asked, eyeing the two of them. "They are 13. Eraserhead has been training them for the last 3 years." Nizu said proudly. "They have just kept improving." I see," Yagi muttered. "You came to talk about One for All, correct?" "Yes, sir." Yagi nodded. "Then I would suggest one of those two. However, you would have tell the other no matter who you chose, if you do. They are closer than closer, siblings. They would not keep a secret like that, not when they would notice the difference." Nizu said. Yagi remained silent. He watched as the two of them were in the middle of a quirk-fueled mock battle. He could see they were both going full force, yet both were laughing and joking, having fun whilst being totally serious. "Oh, and if you do decide on one of them, you would have to speak and tell Eraserhead too, as he is the one training them." Nizu added. "What?" Yagi yelped. "Eraser is completely trustworthy, it is only right after all." Nizu said. "I know they have caught your attention already." Nizu moved from the window, smiling as he took his place at his desk. "Which is why I told them that I would like to introduce them to someone in half an hour." "What?" Yagi gasped, before clearing his throat and looking nervous. "Really so soon?" "Fifth. Of course, it has been 4 years, Yagi, you are just getting weaker. You need to find a successor, and before you die to have the time to train with it. To which case I would suggest young Midoriya Hikari, as she does have a quirk that requires her to hold energy and can release it at will and at an amount she wishes. Dynamism, she can control, convert, and store 5 types of energy." Nizu explained. Yagi sat down. "Young Bakugo Katsuki has a quirk, Explosion. He sweats nitroglycerin and can create explosions at his palms." "Their personalities?" "Yes. You will see for yourself. The two of them deeply care, however, they want to be heroes to help others." Nizu replied. Yagi frowned. "Their personalities should play a part in if he should choose one." A few minutes to the meeting, Yagi jumped as the door opened. He quickly buffed up. Eraserhead entered first, followed by the 2 teens. "That was great, Kaken. I need to be careful with how much energy I draw from the explosions. I guess we figured out that yes, I have a limit to how much I can hold." "Good to know. I should work on trying to expand that limit," Hikari said. "If not, maybe you could get a support item for extra storage, like those wrist grenade idea, and those smaller ones I have planned for mine." Katsuki smiled. Hikari hummed lightly, looking thoughtful. "Knowing you, Nico-chan, you'll have a basic design done tonight." "Probably." Hikari smirked. She stopped as she noticed All Might, even Katsuki stopped. Hikari looked curious. Katsuki shared that expression, but it was mixed with concern and worry. A little insecure, All Might thought. Eraser looked confused, but also a little mad. "What is this about Nizu?" Eraser asked, sitting down. The teens sat next to him. All Might didn't miss how Hikari reached for Katsuki's hand and give it a small, but comforting squeeze. "All Might here is looking for someone in particular, and I suggested he take a look at your 2 students." Nizu smiled. "Well, he can keep away from my kids," Eraser growled. Hikari was eyeing All Might curiously. He felt a small tug on his quirk and he froze up. Hikari smiled as if she got her answer. "This is about your quirk, ain't it?" She smirked. Eraser and Katsuki looked at her. Nizu's smile widened. All Might nodded. "That feeling just now," he began. "Yep. Your quirk, it is basically stockpiled power. What kind of energy does it use? 'Cause it feels like a buildup of chemical energy. DNA power buildup." Hikari muttered. All Might watched her impressed. "But that would mean his work would need to be passed on to gather up that energy," Katsuki said. Hikari looked All Might in the eye. "That's the reason for this, isn't it?" she asked. "You either need or want to pass it on to someone else, Probably connected to why you vanished for a few months about 4 years ago, not long after the toxic chainsaw fight. You really are impressive. I can see why Nizu suggested you. All Might nodded. What I tell you now, cannot leave this room, you are free to decline, but this must be kept a secret. Yeah, imagine the bullshit that would happen if people found out a quirk like that existed. Katsuki said. Exactly. Hikari nodded. Eraser leaned back. You have nothing to say, Eraser? Nizu asked. No, but if she agrees, you better be the one explaining to her mother and her aunt and uncle, 'cause they will notice if she suddenly gained an additional quirk. Or were you considering she would have to keep it from them too? Eraser asked. All Might looked nervous. I will explain to her family if need be, and Wei. As you said, my quirk is a stockpile quirk that is the crystallized power of 8 people. I am the 8th hold of this quirk, and it is called One for All. All Might began. If it is called One for All, then why keep it a secret from those closest to the holders when it clearly states it is meant to work with others? Katsuki asked. Was for one person to work with alone, then wouldn't a better name be All for One? Like a lot of power for one person? They all noticed how All Might paled at the suggestion. Hikari and Katsuki shared a look, before Hikari spoke up with a demanding but determined tone. You have One for All? So, there is also a All for One. Tell us the whole story if you want me to consider it. Hikari said. Eraser nodded at her proudly. It's a long story, and it starts during the years that quirks started appearing. There were 2 brothers. These 2 brothers would later become a hero and a villain. Now we call them One for All and All for One. All Might said. The teens were silent as he began the long tale. Holy shit, Katsuki muttered. You can say that again, Hikari nodded. Holy shit. Katsuki repeated. Aizawa was silent, but looked concerned. He glanced at Hikari, who had turned thoughtful. What would happen to my quirk if I accept One for All? It would get a power boost. It would better for you than me. Your normal quirk could easily be used to explain a power boost quirk like that. Katsuki said. True, no one would get suspicious. And what would be the chances that this All for One would figure out I have too? Hikari added. All Might could only watch as the kid spoke. She actually isn't too worried. She was fearless, positive. From everything he had gathered from simply seeing her today told him that she was a perfect successor. You still considering her as a successor? Aizawa frowned. Yes. All Might nodded. Hikari looked at him. I will think about it. I will give you an answer in about a week, if that is okay. Hikari said. All Might nodded. The overall choice is yours. If you decide to decline, then I will just continue my search. All Might said. Right, thank you for the consideration. Hikari bowed her head. Aizawa and the 2 kids left not long later, leaving All Might with Nizu. So, what do you honestly think? Nizu asked, sipping his tea calmly. Midoriya Hikari, she is perfect. Just every part of me says she is the ideal person to take One for All. All Might said. We just need to wait for her to answer. You will know within the week. Do you wish to inform Torino or Night Eye? Nizu asked. No, I will wait until I have her answer. All Might shook his head. Nizu nodded in acceptance. Aizawa sat with Hizashi, Namuri and Tensei as they talked with Inko, Mitsuki and Masaru, talking about Hikari and Katsuki's training. Whilst they were in Hikari's room, playing Mario Kart. You still thinking about the offer? Katsuki asked. Can't help it. Hikari sighed. She kept her eyes on the game. It sounds cool and all. After all, I would basically be All Might's successor, not to mention I would have a power boost. But there are huge dangers too. With All for One out there? Katsuki said. Yeah, it brings to question if it is worth the trouble. Like I know All Might said he killed him and all, but there was never a body, so how can he be so sure? Like, can he be sure that All for One didn't have a quirk that could save him? Hikari nodded. Maybe we should have asked more questions about it, but from how he was speaking, I might have figured out why he may have failed, and why all the holders before him failed too. Katsuki told her, as they began their last lap of Rainbow. What were you thinking? Well, look at the quirk's name first of all. All for One was basically an overlord. He had underlings, but it seems like he did all the planning and just told them what to do. In the end, he didn't care and worked alone. Yeah, okay. Then there is One for All. From how it sounded from All Might, the holders would face All for One alone, each and every time. That only one of their friends each knew of the quirk they had and its history. When it came to facing All for One, the current holder's friend that knew about the quirk would be left in charge of the training of their successor, leaving them no allies to aid them. Katsuki glanced at her, smiling as Hikari's eyes widened. But One for All isn't meant to fight alone, it was made to work alongside others. Hikari realized. Kaken, you're a genius. I am known to have my moments. Katsuki nodded. So, what are you thinking now? That, would we still work together if I accepted? Hikari asked nervously. Of course. Katsuki nodded. Hikari relaxed with a smile. Then, I think when we get to U.A we should make as many friends as we can. If we can get close friends, I feel One for All will be stronger than it normally is. Hikari smiled. Then, if All for One is alive, we can all face him together, we'll be stronger as a team, always will be. Sounds like a solid plan. Katsuki smiled. When are you gonna tell him? Heh, may as well waiting until the end of the week. Katsuki snorted at her answer. Aizawa has been a bad influence on you. He teased. Dude, you're a bad influence. Hikari replied. The game lay forgotten as the two began to wrestle, until Inko called them down for dinner. Hikari, Aizawa began before he left. She smiled at him. It's fine, Nissen. I have made up my mind. She told him. Aizawa looked a little concerned. And? He asked. She looked down sadly. You won't be mad if I said yes, would you? She asked. Aizawa knelt down to face her. Of course not, to be honest, hearing what it can do, and what it was basically made for, yeah, I can see why Nizu would suggest you and Katsuki for it. You would both be ideal successors. Katsuki wandered over and stopped next to Hikari. The key thing is even if you accept the two of you continue to train together, each of you need each other. You are stronger as a pair than alone. Like how in Pokemon the more you Pokemon loves you the easier they are to train. Katsuki said, that is a good image to go with. Aizawa nodded, rolling with it. So, you will be accepting? Yeah. Hikari nodded, before beaming. We're gonna wait a week until telling him. Aizawa chuckled and ruffled her hair. You do that, kid. I will see you both tomorrow for quirkless training. Aizawa stood once more. Katsuki and Hikari waved him up. Hikari noticed an odd look on Katsuki's face, one she clearly recognized. What are you scheming, Kaken? Yes. How do you think Aizawa would react if I called him Nii-san? Tomorrow? Katsuki said. Hikari laughed. I need to catch that on camera. She giggled. The two headed back inside, settling at the kitchen table to get their homework done. The next morning, Hikari and Katsuki did their own usual things, before meeting outside and heading to their usual gym to meet with Aizawa. Are you okay? Hikari asked, as Katsuki yawned. Had a bad night, nothing to worry about? Katsuki waved off her concern. Hikari watched him closely, before frowning. I am not sure about that. She said. A nightmare? Katsuki sighed and nodded. The usual? Katsuki shook his head. So, something new? They walked along in silence for a bit. Was it in form we got yesterday? Katsuki flinched a little but nodded. Hikari sighed and looked ahead. All for one. Just, all for one. He nodded. Hikari took his hand. Tell me your worries, Kaken. She told him. What if All Might is wrong and he is alive? What if he learns you have One for All? I can't lose you, Nico-chan. Katsuki looked at her. Hikari leaned against his shoulder. You won't, Kaken. I promise. I have you, I have Izanai, we have Mike, Midnight and Ingenium too. Nizu and even All Might on our side. Beside, we have the most fearsome people on our side. Katsuki gave her an odd and confused look. We do. Fifth. Are you seriously not counting our parents? Hikari giggled. Katsuki chuckled and rolled his eyes. Yeah, guess that's true. Katsuki nodded. Hikari smiled. We have each other, Kaken. We always will, I'll never leave you hanging. Hikari told him. The same of me, you won't see me leaving you to face Sheet alone. Katsuki promised. I know, that's why we are the best together. Hikari nodded. They happily continued their way to the gym, their hearts lighter. The duo entered the gym to find Aizawa already there, going through his own stretches. Hikari beamed and nudged Katsuki playfully. The older boy rolled his eyes. Hey Nisan. Katsuki greeted. The older man stopped and got to his feet. Aizawa turned to them with a small smile of his own. Morning Mido. Aizawa actually stopped upon realizing who had greeted him. Hikari was close to crying with laughter, whilst Katsuki stood with a joking smirk. Great, two problem children. She said. Seriously didn't expect it, Nisan. You know we are brother and sister at this point. Hikari smirked. If you are my Nisan, you're his too. Yeah, I know. Aizawa replied, rolling his eyes at their antics, but he had a fond expression on his face. I just expected it to happen sooner. Hikari and Katsuki laughed. Well, it's happened now, Nisan. Hikari grinned. So, what are we doing today? Well, you have the strength and quirk power. Today we're going to start you with gymnastics. This will help you with flexibility, even reaction speed in dodging. Aizawa explained, we're starting off slow, so, are you two ready? Yeah. The two of them cheered enthusiastically. Then, let's get started. Aizawa smirked, a dark look in his eyes. Katsuki and Hikari glanced at each other, a little worried. Take a break, you two, you are doing great. Good job. Aizawa told them. Hikari and Katsuki went to a bench and sat down with heavy sighs. Aizawa threw them a bottle of water each of them. Katsuki mumbled his thanks and drained half of the bottle in no time at all. Hikari took a deep breath to calm her heart rate before taking a few gulps. That good? She sighed. Hikari looked at Katsuki as Aizawa began to put the equipment away and began getting out some others. You okay, Kaken? Yes. I wonder if have a quirk that basically depends on my sweat makes me dehydrate faster. My palms are like always sweaty, not matter how many times I dry them. It's kind of hard to try and know to explode when they are like really sweaty. Katsuki frowned, taking another large gulp. Possibly. Eni-san? Would it be possible to somehow make equipment to actually aid in quirk control at our age? Hikari asked. Yes, I can ask Nizu. Why? What are you thinking? Aizawa asking. Well, maybe some special gloves for Kaken that can stop his sweat gathering at his palms and stopping any explosion that may happen. Hikari said. I am sure Nizu can arrange for something. He has gotten people to work on new hearing aids for you. The same company that makes mics. They are making you some that will help you hear and stop your explosions damaging your hearing further. Aizawa nodded. Sweet. That is a relief. Katsuki said. What the hell? Aizawa said he had been invited for dinner that night. Hikari and Katsuki beamed at the sight they found in the kitchen. Evening, Mike. Midnight. Ingenium. Hikari beamed. I am going for a shower. She darted off. Katsuki followed, yelling after her. Hey. I called dibs on the first one. He called. Aizawa sighed and looked at his friends. Mississippi Midoriya invited us too. Hisashi grinned. It was a great chance to have everyone around as a thanks for training our kids. Inko smiled. Inko just likes having a full house to cook for. Mitsuki said, sipping her tea. There's nothing wrong with that. Masaru added. They heard Katsuki muttering curses under his breath. And it seems Hikari won the right for first shower. How is their training going? Inko asked, placing a cup of tea down for Aizawa, who settled next to Hisashi. Good, they are the only ones I can say I have the pleasure of teaching. They have potential and they use it. I have never had students so excited to train in a new style, which is also nice. Aizawa said, taking a sip and enjoying as the warmth spread through his body. Thanks, Mississippi Midoriya. Not a problem. It is the least I can do. I hope you don't mind curry for dinner, Inko began. Curry? Katsuki called from upstairs. Don't worry, it will be done after your shower. Inko replied. They heard his cheer, a small yes to himself and him telling Hikari, them able to hear her own cheer, a thump and a string of. Curses from Hikari. I did not just hear that language, young lady. Inko called up. Hikari yelled an apology back as Katsuki was busy laughing. Brats. Mitsuki shook her head fondly. Because I am sick of people asking despite this being in the notes. There will be no excuses after posting this information in the actual chapter. Here are a few rules for comments, people. Please listen to these. Do not ask me to make chapters longer. Do not ask me to update sooner. Please. Main fix list can be found on my Discord and Tumblr, are updated Monday through Friday. My side fix, any FIC not on the main list, are updated whenever I feel I want to. This is a hobby. I have a life outside fix, and once I start taking demands on making longer chapters or updating when you guys want it as a chore. And you will be surprised how quickly I will stop writing the moment it becomes that. I have a plan set out, so just wait for updates. I will get there eventually when I want to, not when you want to. And if you ask me to update sooner, I am completely going to bypass the next update, meaning no one will get the chapter and you have to wait longer. So listen to this and don't ruin it for those who actually do listen. The end of the week arrived, and Hikari knew it was time to tell All Might her answer. She was glad that Niza let them all meet in his office again. Aizawa had stopped her before she entered to make sure it is what she wanted. Hikari smiled. Thank you, but yes. I am sure. She nodded. Aizawa patted her arm. Remember, I am always here if you need to talk, or to rant if he is a bad teacher. Aizawa said. Hikari giggled and nodded. They entered the office. Katsuki was watching All Might carefully. The pro-hero was clearly nervous. Aizawa thought. Do you have your decision, Ms. Midoriya? Mizu. Yes. I would like to accept one for all. Of course, under the condition I can still be trained by Aiza and II. I am rather used to his training, and I would prefer to train alongside Kaken. Hikari nodded. All Might couldn't really complain about her offer. He had suspected that they had been training together for a while and would like that to continue even after she accepted OFA. I accept those conditions, Ms. Midoriya. All Might smiled. So, how is it passed on? Katsuki asked curiously. Well, All Might pulled out a strand of his hair. Eat this. Everyone stared at it. What? Hikari and Katsuki cried out. Hikari sat next to Katsuki on a bench outside. She flexed her wrist. She could feel OFA starting to buzz within her. You all right there, Nico-chan? Katsuki asked. Yeah, it just feels weird. She nodded. You can feel it? Katsuki looked amazed. She sighed. It's like a buzzing in my body. Think I could try using it? Hikari asked. You might want to tell Izanai first. Katsuki advised. Yeah, good idea. Hikari agreed. Hey, Ni-chan. She yelled. Izawa, who had been talking to All Might, looked over. I can feel the quirk. Can I try using it? All Might seemed surprised at how early she could feel it. Izawa turned away from All Might completely and walked over to the two of them. Yes, but be careful, okay? He told her. She nodded. Right, I got this. Hikari got up and took a few steps away. She took a deep breath and let her body relax. She reached for the source of the buzzing within her. She could feel the power burst and flow through her. Whoa, Katsuki muttered. Hikari smiled, seeing the green light dancing around her. Must be a side effect, excess energy maybe. Hikari said, I am not using all of it, so that is where the rest of the power is going. I am estimating you can use up to 5%. All Might said, watching her carefully. Hikari turned from them all and punched with OFA active. It created a wind tunnel from the force of the punch. Hikari tumbled back, but was unharmed. She grinned. Katsuki ran over and looked down at her. Are you okay? Yes, she smiled. That was awesome. She laughed. Katsuki rolled his eyes and helped her up. That was some power, and that was only 5%? Izawa looked at All Might. That was only 5%, she will only get stronger. As I said, the quirk gets stronger each time it is passed on. Ms. Midoriya is going to be stronger than I am. All Might nodded. DMN, that was crazy. Katsuki muttered, helping Hikari up. Yeah, but man, that was cool. Hikari giggled. Katsuki smiled. So, when will be the best time to tell my mother? All Might paled at her words. whilst Aizawa hid his smirk in his scarf. Hikari and Katsuki sat in his living room, the adults being next door discussing with All Might. Crazy to think you are officially All Might's successor. Katsuki muttered as watched the TV screen as they raced. Yeah, but I am still comfortable with the number 2 spot. Hikari smiled. 'Cause if I had never met you I probably would have never trained or wanted to have been a hero. That's a shame, you'd be a good one, even if we hadn't met. Katsuki said, maybe. Hikari said, they heard a shout from next door, sounding a lot like Mitsuki. Hikari huffed and laughed. Though, I am sure All Might will be afraid of our family after that talk. Oh yeah, he should be. Katsuki laughed and then cheered. Hikari groaned. No. So effing close. Hikari said. Another round. Oh you bet. This time, the loser has to. Katsuki stopped to think. Oh, how about they make the winner's fave desert? Hikari asked. Deal. The two of them shook hands and the next race began. All Might kept his head bowed and Inko sighed, the Bakugos fuming on her behalf. Aizawa sat back in his chair not getting involved. There's not much that can be done now, is there? Inko said, looking at All Might. She is always free to return the quirk to me, and I can find someone else. All Might told her. Then do that. Mitsuki demanded. I can't, she can only return it to me if she willing passes it on to me. All Might answered. And we know my daughter Mitsuki. Hikari will want. To prove she can handle this, even Katsuki would agree. Inko said. All we can do is accept their choice. And support it. Mitsuki sighed and huffed. All Might, please make sure nothing happens to my daughter because of this quirk. I will do everything in my power to keep her safe, ma'am. All Might replied. Inko nodded. And that is all I can ask of you. However, despite all this, I am honored you saw goodness in my daughter to see her as worthy, Inko added. Young Midoriya and young Bakugo were ideal to take the quirk. All Might admitted. But young Midoriya seemed more confident in her abilities, and her quirk has a similar base to mine, and thus a good compatibility. But each holder has always had that one friend that knew, that was by their side throughout it all. And I am glad young Midoriya has young Bakugo at her side. They are both going to be great heroes, together. They are, aren't they? Inko smiled proudly. They sat in a calm silence until there was a loud shout from next door. Ah, sheet. Hikari yelled out. Young lady. Inko yelled back. There was silence. And Aizawa huffed in laughter. They are running down the street. I suspect they are going to the park. He said. Inko sighed. All Might found himself smiling. What a lovely family. Because I am sick of people asking despite this being in the notes. There will be no excuses after posting this information in the actual chapter. Here are a few rules for comments, people. Please listen to these. Do not ask me to make chapters longer. Do not ask me to update sooner. Please. Main fix list can be found on my Discord and Tumblr, are updated Monday through Friday. My side fix, any FIC not on the main list, are updated whenever I feel I want to. This is a hobby. I have a life outside fix, and once I start taking demands on making longer chapters or updating when you guys want it as a chore. And you will be surprised how quickly I will stop writing the moment it becomes that. I have a plan set out, so just wait for updates. I will get there eventually when I want to, not when you want to. And if you ask me to update sooner, I am completely going to bypass the next update, meaning no one will get the chapter and you have to wait longer. So listen to this and don't ruin it for those who actually do listen. Come on, Kaken. Hikari laughed, carrying 2 microwaves to the trunk. Yeah, I am coming. Katsuki huffed, dragging a fridge behind him easily. All Might watched from the sidelines with Aizawa, who was silent. All Might felt nervous with the younger man nearby. He wasn't too sure if he planned to say something, but it felt like a scolding would be occurring soon. Instead, the training session went by with the two of them joking as they moved items, whilst All Might sat nervously by Aizawa. Something Hikari and Katsuki had noticed. Looks like All Might is about to sheet himself. Think he's alright? Katsuki asked. Ni-chan is probably emitting that I am going to kill you. Vibe. Hikari replied as she moved a few of the small items in the heap, putting it into a doorless microwave to make it easier to move a load of smaller items together. Maybe, Katsuki muttered. Hikari stood and stretched, glancing over. Oh, no, seems more like he is emitting the vibe that there is going to be a scolding. Hikari pointed out. Yeah, that explains why All Might would be nervous. Katsuki nodded and chuckled. Strange sight to see for sure. That's true. Hikari smiled. I am glad we can still train together though. I feel this would be incredible boring if I had to do it alone. And it would have taken you forever to finish. Katsuki added. Probably. Hikari agrees, looking over the beach. It was naturally going to take them months to get things clean up. Alone, Hikari wondered if it could be cleaned with just one person. If we hadn't met him at the same time, do you think he would have asked you to do it alone? Katsuki frowned. Hikari climbed up the trash a little to get a few objects from the top to make sure they wouldn't fall on them as they moved the stuff underneath. Likely. I think he would have told me to keep it a secret, keeping the quirk just between us. But Nizu brought you and me in, and Azana was there. I think he only told us 'cause Nizu wanted us there, and I was already quick at figuring out the basis of his quirk. Hikari muttered. It is a little concerning thinking about it that way. Katsuki said, I know, which is why I am glad Izun in charge of training even now. Not that I don't trust All Might, it's just, Hikari stopped. You trust Izun more with training 'cause he actually has the experience in training others and knows us well? Katsuki suggested. Exactly. Hikari nodded. Hey, catch this for a sec, she said. Katsuki caught the object she threw down. A Rubik's cube, seriously? He asked. Hikari giggled. It's amazing what stuff people throw away, right? Hikari chuckled. It looks like someone just got a kid's toy box and just dumped it all here. That is kind of stupid. It would have been better giving it to charity or something. Katsuki said, I know these are kind of all nasty now. So all we can do is throw them out. Hikari sighed. Maybe we could think of something to turn people from dumping kids' toys. Think we could set up a collection to deliver old toys to charity shops or hospitals, maybe even orphanages? Katsuki asked. We can ask Izun and our parents later. Hikari said and smiled down at him, but I love the idea. Katsuki grinned back. Aizawa presented them with multiple places where they could help out with children who needed a little help. Hikari and Katsuki was looking over them all, muttering between each other for what they could do to help each one, and which ones they would like to do. Their parents left them on the sofa, discussing it. We won't be hearing from them in a while. Inko said, What brought all this on? Mitsuki asked. They found what looked like a whole kid's toy book dumped at the beach. They got thinking about how it would have been better to give the toys away if they were just going to dump them. So, they are curious to see what else they can do to help. Aizawa explained. Being a hero is more than what is talked about or shown by the media. The part people forget is that it is a service to help people, and those two are finding more ways to help. There isn't anything remotely like community service at Yurei, aside from the internships. But that is all showy most of the time. This will another good experience for them then. Masaru spoke. Definitely. Aizawa nodded. It would be a good mark on their reports when they apply for Yurei. They will get a gold mark on the record to show they have taken part in community service. The gold mark will then give a link to the evidence of their service. Aizawa smiled. It lead to more heroes noticing their records first, giving them that advantage too. And, are they aware of all that? Mitsuki asked. No, all that is actually knowledge only the teachers know. So this will be a surprise for them. Aizawa smiled. I can imagine their reactions. Inko smiled. I should get dinner started. Will you be joining us, Aizawa? I wouldn't mind staying. Aizawa answered. Good, I was planning on making curry today. Inko smiled softly, heading to the kitchen. Did someone mention curry? Katsuki and Hikari peeked into the room. Yes, you two need a shower though, Inko began. Katsuki rushed upstairs. Hikari pouted. I did steal it from him last time. Hikari muttered and went back to the sofa. Their families chuckled at their antics. We decided on what we are going to do, Katsuki said as he and Hikari stood at the door as Aizawa leaving. What did you choose? He asked. Well, we decided on two that we will work on together. Hikari said. We want to help at the local kids' hospital and the orphanage. Katsuki told him. We can help future generations, helping as heroes in our own way. Hikari added. That sounds great, you two. I will make the arrangements and will get back to you when it's sorted. Aizawa smiled. I am proud of you too. He ruffled their hair. The two of them blushed lightly. They waved him off as he headed home. Because I am sick of people asking despite this being in the notes. There will be no excuses after posting this information in the actual chapter. Here are a few rules for comments, people. Please listen to these. Do not ask me to make chapters longer. Do not ask me to update sooner. Main fix list can be found on my Discord and Tumblr, are updated Monday through Friday. My side fix, any FIC not on the main list, are updated whenever I feel I want to. This is a hobby. I have a life outside fix, and once I start taking demands on making longer chapters or updating when you guys want it as a chore. And you will be surprised how quickly I will stop writing the moment it becomes that. I have a plan set out. So just wait for updates. I will get there eventually when I want to, not when you want to. And if you ask me to update sooner, I am completely going to bypass the next update, meaning no one will get the chapter and you have to wait longer. So listen to this and don't ruin it for those who actually do listen. P.S. Important notice in the top notes. Hikari and Katsuki met with Aizawa one Thursday at the Midoriya house. He had told All Might that they would not be cleaning the beach that day. All Might had tried to argue, but Aizawa had shut him down quickly, reminding him that whilst Hikari was his successor, he was still her main mentor. That he has been teaching them longer. And he made sure that All Might was completely aware of how much Aizawa distrusted him, that he knew All Might would have likely made Hikari keep everything from her loved ones, and thus forcing her to clean the beach alone. Aizawa wasn't going to lie, seeing the sickened and guilty expression on All Might's face was great. He ended their talk with that if Katsuki and Hikari wanted to do some volunteer work, then he would help them. And the fact the number one hero would try and stop them would be extremely bad for his image. Aizawa smiled as the two of them looked at him excited. He had informed them they would be doing something a little different that day and had a surprise. The two of them looked confused as he gave them cases. What's inside? Katsuki asked. Why don't you open them and find out? Aizawa smiled. Hikari and Katsuki looked at each other. Before opening the case, Hikari gasped. Costumes? Hikari beamed. Your mothers gave us the designs you worked on. Nizu had them made before today as they will be your first real step into true hero training. Aizawa told them. Now, go and get changed, we have work to do today. Hikari and Katsuki beamed at each other. Hikari going into her room as Katsuki took the bathroom. It didn't take long for Katsuki to get into his costume. He came back down, tugging on his sleeves. It suits you, Aizawa told him. Katsuki blushed a little and muttered a thanks. Hikari came running down not longer later. I have a cape. She cheered, running down the stairs. Yeah, just be careful with that. Katsuki warned. I know. Hikari grinned. I love the top too and the boots. Look at my boots, Kaken. Katsuki was grinning now. Yeah, I see. Mine are pretty cool too. He commented. They are, we look awesome. Hikari giggled. Calm down you two, now come along. We actually have a very important job for you today. One Nizu personally feels you should really do. Aizawa told them. Hikari and Katsuki glanced at each other. You are going to need these every time we are here. Aizawa handed the two kids small pieces of card. Wait, Hikari muttered. These are temporary intern licenses. Katsuki finished. You are interns under UA. This is the Muzutafu Children's Hospital. This is one place that is bad to admit that no heroes ever visit. But, hearing what you two wanted, I got in touch and spoke to the person in charge. You will be here as hero interns to see the kids. Aizawa explained. Hikari and Katsuki nodded. We'll do our best. I know, let's head in. Aizawa told them. Everyone, we have some special guests today. The head nurse showed them to a hospital room, where some kids were playing. They all looked up. These two here are heroic interns from UA. They have come to say hi. Hey, I am Nico-chan. Nice to meet all of you. Hikari beamed. I'm King Explosion. Katsuki greeted. The kids looked up at them in wonder. One little girl ran over to Hikari. Butterfly, she said softly. Hikari smiled and knelt before her. You like butterflies? She asked. The little girl nodded. They are very beautiful, aren't they? The little girl nodded. Izawa stood back as he watched the two of them playing with the kids, Katsuki making small explosions to show the kids. They all look in amazement. They are amazing. I am so glad you contacted us. The head nurse smiled. Those two brought it up to me. The least I could do was help them get contacts so they can help out. Izawa replied. It is good to see young ones their age wanting to do volunteer work like this. Makes me feel like I should have a little more faith in the future generations. She smiled. Izawa looked at his two students, Hikari demonstrating her quirk with Katsuki. The kids looked one in wonder, giggling. It doesn't. Izawa said softly. She was right. What Katsuki and Hikari wanted to do, all of it made him look at the future with a small smile of his own. Japan would be safe in their hands, probably more than All Might. You have to come back. A young boy cried, holding on to Katsuki's leg. We'll came back again. How about we make a hero's promise? Katsuki offered. A hero's promise? The kids asked. Hikari and Katsuki nodded. Yep, a hero's promise. Hikari agreed. They placed a hand over their hearts. We promise to come bi-weekly to play and catch up with everyone. And we don't break a hero's promise. Katsuki told them. We'll be back next week to play again for sure. Hikari nodded. With the children believing in them, the two of them headed off, meeting Izawa outside. They looked up at him as he leaned against a wall. He smiled down at them. You two are going to be great heroes for sure. He said. Katsuki and Hikari smiled. Well, what can we say? We learnt from the best. Hikari said, causing Izawa to blush deeply. Katsuki chuckled as Hikari laughed. Come on, Nii-sen, Mom said that she is making teriyaki salmon for dinner. Izawa huffed and followed after the two of them. Katsuki and Hikari slowed to walk at his side with big smiles. He ruffled their hair and they headed off home. Over dinner, Katsuki and Hikari spoke about their experience and how they were definitely going again that they promised, and how great all the kids. It's sad to think no hero has ever visited them. Hikari frowned. Most heroes don't care. Mike said sadly. They only do things that are in the spotlight. I would, but I'm doing 3 jobs. And my radio is the one thing I can do to reach more people across Japan. And we all teach in hope of making some decent heroes in the future, but heroics has become more of a supermodel career. Parade around in fancy suits, make yourself look good and you'll go far. Namuri sighed. I am looking forward to your year coming up. At least we know we'll have some decent heroes in the making that actually care about the people they will be saving. Society is depressing when you think about it like that. Hikari pouted. It is a darker place than people see. Fancy heroes like All Might and Endeavor send people into a false sense of security, thinking that because they are so powerful villains won't dare, but they will. They are doing good, I admit that, but the role of a single symbol has on Japan, everyone will panic the moment he retires. Izawa said. Then, we have to give people hope. Hikari said. Katsuki nodded. The adults looked at them. We'll give people hope in the future so we can make it peaceful together. Alright. I believe in you too. Namuri grinned happily. They all finished the meal with lighter conversation. Because I am sick of people asking despite this being in the notes. There will be no excuses after posting this information in the actual chapter. Here are a few rules for comments, people. Please listen to these. Do not ask me to make chapters longer. Do not ask me to update sooner. Main fix list can be found on my Discord and Tumblr. Are updated Monday through Friday. My side fix, any FIC not on the main list, are updated whenever I feel I want to. This is a hobby. I have a life outside fix, and once I start taking demands on making longer chapters or updating when you guys want it as a chore. And you will be surprised how quickly I will stop writing the moment it becomes that. I have a plan set out, so just wait for updates. I will get there eventually when I want to, not when you want to. And if you ask me to update sooner, I am completely going to bypass the next update, meaning no one will get the chapter and you have to wait longer. So listen to this and don't ruin it for those who actually do listen. A few years had passed. Katsuki and Hikari were now 1 week away from the UA entrance exams. The beach had been clear for 2 months now, their training now taking place at a hero-only gym. Katsuki and Hikari having permission to go for 2 reasons. 1, they were recognized heroic interns of UDA, and 2, they were being trained by 2 heroes. That day, it was just Hikari and All Might in the gym room. Katsuki was off for a hearing test to see how his hearing was, and Aizawa was dealing with a big underground case. Hikari didn't mind, she decided to keep up the training, after all, with the exams so close, she had to make sure she was prepared. Though, she was mostly practicing gymnastics, and seeing how long she can stay in a complete split for. All Might had chuckled when she had told him her plan. He had grown accustomed to Aizawa's overprotective ways and was very much part of the family now. He had opened up a bit more about his past, his injury, the quirk as a whole. Hikari and Katsuki enjoyed listening to him talk about how he was trained by his master, and after her death, he best friend who was aware of OFA. When Inko had asked why he hadn't asked for help, he admitted how Torino trained him, and how he was obviously afraid of him. He also shared the bad news about his old sidekick, Sir Night Eye. That had been an interesting day overall. Hikari and Katsuki were on the sofa, relaxing after a long day of training. It had been just Aizawa that day, All Might having been called to meet his old friends to tell them about his injury. He had been looking a bit better since Inko had gotten hold of his diet plan, all thanks to Recovery Girl. But he had come for dinner that night acting like someone who just gave him a day to live, and it worried everyone. No, I am fine, but I am afraid choosing you as my successor may cause you more problems, young Midoriya. He apologized. Aizawa opened his mouth, but Hikari got there first. What do you mean? Just, my old sidekick, Sir Night Eye, he doesn't appreciate the fact I choose you as my successor after he, and I quote, found your perfect successor, like he knows what the perfect successor for OFA is, All Might sighed. Sound like he is just whining that you choose without his knowledge. Aizawa muttered, All Might nodded. He looked into my future after my injury, gave me about 6 to 7 years left to live. Recovery Girl says that I have a bigger chance of living longer now, thanks to your help. He has been trying to get me to retire and find a successor since that day, and well, I told him no, even after all that he has been trying to find me a successor. All Might frowned. So, he is complaining that he didn't get a say in an issue he doesn't get a say in anyway? Inko looked confused. My thoughts exactly. All Might nodded. He just didn't appreciate me saying that either, still insistent that I should get OFA back and give it to the boy he chose, something I wouldn't dream of. After all, I found the prefect's successor right here, too actually. Hikari and Katsuki blushed happily. Well, if he causes her issues, you should be the least of his worries. Aizawa muttered darkly, causing the family to laugh. All Might had shared so much about his private life with them, and Hikari had been trying to steal her courage to tell him. She sighed and ended up hanging upside down from some gymnastic bars. All Might, can I tell you something? Like a super OFA kind of secret? Hikari asked. He looked up from where he was reading a book her mother had lent him. That is up to you, young Midoriya. He smiled. Hikari frowned. It is something only my mom, my aunt, uncle and Aizawa know, she told him. Not even Katsuki. She shook her head, stopping him. I can't tell him. I don't want him to hate me, Hikari told him. All Might remained silent. Hikari decided it was time, she had to tell him he may want OFA back then, but even then, she had her own, and Katsuki. You're lost in your own head, young Midoriya. If you want to tell me, I shall keep it as quiet as you want. All Might had buffed up to get her from the bar and set her on the ground. Hikari frowned and took a deep breath. She froze and shook her head and closed her eyes. I wasn't born a girl. She told him, waiting for his reply. She was shocked to feel him patting her head. She looked up at him. Young Midoriya. Hikari. That doesn't matter. You're you. You are a beautiful young lady who is training to be a great hero. He smiled. I know that must have been hard for you to say. You are brave to take the leap. You're not mad that I didn't tell you? Yes. You didn't have to tell me. All Might told her. It was your own business, and I already know you are a female, so it's not like you keeping anything from me. He smiled. Please remember you are no obligated to tell anyone if you don't want to. Hikari nodded. Why don't we call it a day? We can be back before young Bakugo gets back from his appointment. Okay. Hikari nodded. She got changed from her sports outfit in the changing rooms and meet All Might outside. They headed back to the Midoriya home. Hikari rushed upstairs to get a shower. Inko gave All Might a confused look, as it was early for them to be back. Your daughter decided to tell me her secret. I felt she would prefer to end early then continue training. All Might smiled. She told you? Inko asked. Yep, told her she didn't have to. It's not like she was lying at all, or keeping a secret. She is a young lady, I already knew that. All Might nodded. Inko smiled. Thank you. She said, it may not seem like much now, but that probably meant the world to her. I am just telling the truth. Would you like any help with dinner? He offered. Inko stepped aside so All Might could help in dinner preparations. Author's note. Okay, a very quick update. It is better in here than in notes cause not everyone reads the notes. Anyway, due to me getting a job, my update schedule has changed again. It can be found on Tumblr and Twitter, but main fix will now only be updated on Mondays and Fridays. Nichan stays the same. Come on, Kaken. Hikari laughed as she and Katsuki ran towards Yu, weaving between other students. The two of the surprising many of them at their agility. Yeah, I am coming. Katsuki smirked, keeping up to her easily. Midnight was one of the heroes waiting in the halls, passing out examinee numbers. She smiled at the two teens before. Good morning, you two, up bright and early. She commented. We jogged all the way here. Katsuki said, accepting his number. Hikari also accepted hers. Impressive. Good luck, you two. She grinned. The teens nodded and headed in. So, despite our numbers being so close, the chances of us being in the same area for the practical is like 0. Hikari muttered. Which is understandable. They wouldn't want people helping others from their school. Katsuki nodded. They both took their seats. Yep. 4 types of robots. Hikari muttered. They began to discuss the information before them on the information sheet. Discussing the points each bot would give, and even going over the bot that seemed to be 0 points. It's a distraction. Katsuki said with surety. Agreed. The main issue is how big is it? Knowing Nizu, it will likely be giant. Hikari nodded, making notes on her sheet. Big enough to destroy buildings maybe, to really draw attention to it. Sounds about right. Katsuki smiled. Think you can handle it, Nico-chan? Yes. King Explosion, are you doubting me? Hikari smirked at him playfully. Not at all, my dear hero partner. I have complete faith in your abilities. Katsuki said. Hikari grinned. She stopped as Present Mike stepped onto the stage. I've got shivers down my spine, listeners. All right, examinees, everybody say yeah. Present Mike yelled. Hikari and Katsuki didn't leave the poor man hanging, shouting yeah back. They were the only ones to do so, and they got strange looks. On you guys are all spoil sports. Hikari huffed, crossing her arms. Always love your enthusiasm, listeners. Mike grinned at them. Now, pay close attention, listeners. We'll be testing your mettle by running a 10-minute practice run at Out Replica City District. Mike continued to explain, but it was all things the two friends had already figured out. Hikari was muttering to herself, her hand making invisible notes. Katsuki smiled, listening to her mutterings. She was planning out how to get points and even theories about what additional points she could gain. Excuse me, may I ask a question? A boy stood up, shocking Hikari from her thoughts. Everyone looked at him. On the handout, there are clearly 4 types of villains listed. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier National Academy of U.A's caliber. The reason we are seated here today is because we seek guidance of the path to becoming model heroes. He stopped and pointed directly at Hikari. Moreover, what's with you? Yeah, you curly-haired kid. Can't you sit still for a second? You're distracting. If you think today is some pleasure jaunt, then leave this place at once. And you are distracting you but? Katsuki growled. Hey Nico-chan, why don't you share what you were muttering about? Oh, the fact that the exam so far has been explained as a power play, yet there is more than that and there is likely a secret way of gathering points, as for example, the so-called error robot. It is 0 points, as indicated by the number next to it. There's more to the exam, but I am sure there is a more rescued-based way of gaining points, for those without physical quirks. Oh, I am sorry, Present Mike. Hikari stopped. It's fine, little listener. There was a reason the hero Eraserhead has been training you for years. Not surprised you picked this up faster than others. Hikari flushed proudly. Katsuki smirked at the boy who looked shocked. And you are right, the 4 robot is 0 points and is a distraction. Mike smiled, the other boy sat down. Katsuki nudged Hikari with a smile. She blushed happily. We'll meet up after the exam. Katsuki promised as he and Hikari hugged each other. Right, good luck, Kaken. She smiled. You too, Nico-chan. The two went their separate ways. Hikari changed into her workout clothes in one of the cubicles of the girls' changing rooms. She then joined everyone else in her faux city. She stretched, letting her quirks mix and fill her. She had no idea when the exam would begin, but she and Katsuki already knew there would be no countdown. After all, no villain fight in real life had a countdown. She frowned when she noticed the boy from earlier approaching. She was a little worried, having no clue why he would approach her other than to continue what he started in the hall. Go! Mike yelled. Hikari launched herself into the faux city. Mike speaking behind her, but she couldn't hear him as she smashed her way through robots. The green lightning surrounding her body as she darted around the city, a big smile on her face. Hikari took out robots, and occasionally pulling people from danger, never sticking around to hear them thank her. The teachers watched with smiles. Katsuki was doing something similar. Both of them smiling as they acted. You taught them well. Nizu said. Aizawa just nodded. He smiled. Those two are natural heroes. All Might smiled. They are going to take Japan by storm. I am actually feeling sorry for the villains already. The staff chuckled in agreement. Hikari stopped on a roof and stretched and took a deep breath. She looked over what she could see of the city, hearing people fighting against the robots. She had enough points if she had calculated properly. She held steady as the ground and all the buildings shook. She turned and saw the 0-pointer approaching. She huffed. She better get back to? She heard a cry for help. She scanned the ruined zone of the 0-pointer. Hikari spotted the person in trouble, a brunette girl. Everyone else running from the 0-pointer. She huffed and climbed down quickly and began to run towards the girl. Channeling OFA, she lifted the rubble holding her down and freed her. Can you walk? Hikari asked. No, she gasped in pain. But careful now. Hikari lifted her up and ran to get her away. Hikari placed her down. The 0-pointer was continuing a set path. The other examinees were froze in place. Hikari glared at them and began to charge at the giant beast of a robot. The sparks of OFA began to increase as her first quirk began to mix with it. Hikari jumped up to face the robot head-on, her whole body glowing. Full-body solar flare. She yelled as she collided with the robot, light exploding from her. Everyone immediately took cover. The attack was seen from every over-exam city. Katsuki froze, looking towards the burning light. He knew who it was. Nico-chan, he muttered, hoping she was okay. Hikari opened her eyes. She was falling. She could feel her quirk working overtime, the energy pouring in from solar power, as her quirk was quickly transforming it into her chemical energy for her. She saw 7 people before her. The one in front smiled at her kindly. She knew them, she wasn't sure, but she knew who they were. The previous one for holders. Hikari reached for OFA and quickly righted herself. Watching the ground closely approach, she let it fill her. She landed on her feet, a crater forming around her as dust picked up. The other examinees of her area all looked out, seeing her standing before the mangled metal of the zero-pointer behind her. Even the staff were silent with shock as Mike called for the end of the exam. Author's note: I am so sorry this is late, guys. Finally got to this point in my fix where I can post them all. I'm going to do that now, so I hope you guys enjoy these chapters. Kaken! Hikari cried as she ran out to Katsuki. She ran right into his arms. And he began. Suddenly a bunch of people came out of the doors calling out to her. Ah! Hikari whimpered as they noticed her behind Katsuki. Katsuki glared at them as they moved to approach. One explosion kept them back. Touch my sister and you're dead meat, got it? Katsuki warned. They nodded. Good. Time for us to go. My mom promised to make our super spicy curry tonight. Katsuki began walking away. Hikari walked beside him, smiling. Oh yes. Nothing beats her curry. The exam wore me out. Hikari said. Katsuki found himself smiling. Guess it had something to do with that huge flash of light I saw from my area? You saw that? I guess it makes sense, going along with what I called it. Hikari blushed. So, what happened? Katsuki asked. Oh well, I used one for all in my own quirk. It was sort of like a last blow move that uses all your mana. Hikari explained. It was against the zero-pointer. I am not sure what energy I released. My guess it either heat or solar, maybe both, but I called it full-body solar flare. I gained a rush of solar energy right after using it. Wow, guessing the zero-pointer was done for? Katsuki smirked. Naturally. Hikari nodded proudly, her stomach growled. I am super hungry now. She pouted. Race you home then. Katsuki grinned. Hikari laughed as she gave chase. They both collapsed on the Bakugo sofa when they got home. Mitsuki chuckled as she passed them. Would you two like some water? She asked. The teens nodded. She went into the kitchen where Masaru was cooking. He glanced at her as she took 2 water bottles from the fridge. Heard they are back. Masaru said. Yeah, they look so tired out after the exam. I have no doubt they will be eating a lot tonight. Mitsuki smiled. I will keep that in mind. Masaru nodded. They have both been working so hard for this. They will be thankful for the days off they are getting. Mitsuki nodded in agreement, returning to the teens, still slumped over each other tiredly. She gave them the bottles, which they thanked her for it. Aizawa, Yamada, Namuri and Toshinori all joined them for dinner that night. Hikari was blushing deeply as the heroes explained how the exams went to the parents. You know that cliché hero landing they always put into movies? It was exactly like that. Yamada beamed. It was certainly one hell of a way to say, I am here, for sure. Toshinori chuckled, eating something else, maybe by Inko to suit his diet. And the fact Katsuki was the only one in his area that ignored the zero-pointer was impressive. Izawa said, What? Yeah, I felt it arrive. But I turned my hearing aids off so I couldn't really hear it. Katsuki shrugged, taking a large bite from his curry. Oh, that was a clever move, Kaken. Hikari smiled. Thanks, that move you called? I can't remember, was pretty badass. Katsuki smiled. Full body solar flare. Oh, that reminds me. Toshinori. After I used it, I saw the old holders of one for all. She told him. The others watched them in shock. I am not sure how, but I know it was them. Are you sure? Toshinori asked. Yeah, you were there, well, sort of. You seemed to appear as mostly mist. I could see your eyes and hair. It was definitely you. I was wondering, has something like this happened before? Hikari asked. That is a good question. It hasn't happened to be me before, no, Toshi said. But that doesn't mean it hasn't happened to the previous holders. Is there a way to find out? I think so. My predecessor died when I was 18, but for my last year, her best friend trained me. He knows about OFA and was my predecessor best friend, her closest friend. I can call him tomorrow and see if something like this happened to my predecessor. If it did, he would likely know. Toshi told them. What was she like? Katsuki asked. Your predecessor? We never really asked. She was an amazing woman. Toshi smiled softly and began to talk. The rest of dinner was filled with tales about Shimura Nana, the 7th holder of One for All. Katsuki and Hikari got time off to relax after the exams. The teens did spend a lot of time just playing video games, but they went on a soft job twice a day. So their parents and mentors didn't really mind. A peaceful 3 weeks passed, until the teens were coming back from a jog in the morning. "Is that Nissan?" Hikari asked, spotting someone out their homes all dressed in black. "Yeah. I wonder if something happened." Katsuki nodded. They stopped in front of Aizawa, who didn't say a word. He simply held up 2 letters, the 2. Teens froze. "Letters from Yuta? Our exam results." The 2 of them panicked. The teens retreated to Katsuki's room, wanting to get their results away from their parents. "Ready?" Katsuki asked. Hikari took a deep breath and nodded. Together they opened their letters. A single circular object fell from Katsuki's letter. Confused, he activated it. A screen appeared, and then All Might did laughing. "Young Midoriya, young Bakugo. I am here to tell you to actually speak to Aizawa. He requested to tell you your results in person. Your results will be included in letter form in the envelope, but wait until after to check them, okay?" All Might beamed, and it ended. The teens began laughing. "Really?" Hikari giggled. "All that to tells us Nissan wants to tell us. Come on, Hikari." Katsuki smiled, taking her hand. They headed back downstairs. Aizawa chuckled at seeing them. They sat on the sofa. "So," Katsuki asked, "simple or long version?" Aizawa asked. "Simple," they said together. "Katsuki, you got 70 villain points, gaining 2nd place in the main exam." Aizawa said. Katsuki sighed. "So close," he muttered. "Hikari, 69 villain points, and 50 rescue points." Aizawa smiled. Katsuki's eyes widened and looked at Hikari. "And overall score of 119 points, gaining you 1st place in the main exam. You both passed, welcome to UA." Hikari burst into tears. Katsuki smiled and hugged her, as she cried happily. The 2 of them celebrated that day with their family. They could wait to tell the kids at the hospital. Author's note: I hope you all enjoy this chapter of Katsuki and Hikari's first day at UA. Well, the start of it. "Kaken, how do I look?" Hikari stood before her brother in her new uniform. He chuckled softly. They were in the Midoriya house living room, preparing for their first day at UA. "You look great. How about me?" "Yes. Great as always. Today is the day." Hikari grinned. "Our first official day at UA today. Don't go all fangirl on me now, Nico-chan." Katsuki smirked. "I am always in fangirl mode, so too late." Hikari replied, sticking her tongue out at him. They laughed as Inko looked into the room. "You two should leave soon if you still want to get there early," she told them. "Okay." Hikari grabbed her backpack and put over her shoulder as Katsuki grabbed his own. She ran over to her mom and kissed her cheek. "See you later, Mom." Katsuki also kissed Inko's cheek. "See you, Auntie." She grinned. "Have a good day, you too." She waved them off, smiling. She watched them both running down the street laughing. "Good luck, Yua." She chuckled to herself as she closed the door. Hikari and Katsuki walked down the halls of the heroic school, happily discussing what their classmates might be like, and what teachers they would have. As they reached the 1A door, they could already heard people talking inside. They glanced at each other. Before Katsuki opened the door and the class fell silent, there were only about 6 people in, but they all stared at the door. "It's you," one began. It was hard not to recognize him. "It's glasses," Katsuki glared. "You got a FING problem?" "Kaken," Hikari told him. Katsuki huffed. "I just wanted to apologize." The boy said. "For what?" "Embarrassing my sister or making a fool out of yourself." Katsuki glared. "Would you even apologize if she hadn't gotten 1st place in the exam?" "Kaken, he was in the same area as me," Hikari told him. "Okay, or was it the fact she could easily kick your butt?" Katsuki added. Hikari rolled her eyes. "Sorry about my brother, he has an attitude with anyone, even shows a slight dislike to me." She smiled. "You can't FING blame me." Katsuki muttered darkly. "I know, but still." Hikari smiled. "Anyway, I am Midoriya Hikari, and this is my brother Bakugo Katsuki." We're not really brother and sister, but we have been raised together from the age of 4, so, yeah, try telling us different. I am Ida Tenya. I misjudged you. You knew the secret of the exam, didn't you? Ida bowed. No, actually. I just wanted to help. Hikari beamed. That's what heroes do, right? And Izuku and I's training and all the Yude intern stuff we've been doing has sort of ingrained helping into me. It was already ingrained in you, it just makes it more obvious. Katsuki huffed, stalking over to his seat. Hikari giggled and went after him, her seat directly being him. Yeah, anyway, I was saying, we should definitely ask Izuku and I to look over the curriculum with us so we can work on training outside along with our other activities. Hikari said, we promised to keep going to the hospital, and I don't want to let them down. He probably already has everything sorted out. Katsuki said, he has probably had it planned since our places were confirmed. Ah, that's true. Hikari nodded. They continued talking, being able to ignore the rest of the class filling in. A girl walked in and saw Hikari and she gasped, running over. It's you, she said. Hikari and Katsuki looked up at her. Hikari beamed. You're the girl who needed help in the exam. Yes, I am so glad you got in. Then again, with that power I am not surprised. Thank you for saving me. She bowed. It was no problem at all. I am Midoriya Hikari. This is my brother Bakugo Katsuki. Hikari beamed. Katsuki frowned at Hikari. You saved her? Yes. Yeah, from the one-pointer. She nodded. Right? The reason people chased you. He mused. You were chased after? The girl gasped. Yeah, everyone wanted to know who I was, and a lot of personal questions were shouted at me. Hikari frowned. I am sorry about that. Oh, and I should introduce myself. I am Uraraka Achiko. It's a pleasure to meet you. She bowed politely. Uraraka. Nice to meet you too. Hikari beamed. You're not here to make friends. A voice said. Everyone turned to see Izuku standing at the door. Katsuki huffed. Is that what you told Mike when you joined his class? 'Cause you know Hikari ain't going to listen to that bullshit. Katsuki. Language, Ida began, but Izuku just shook his head. She is an expectation. Hikari would try and befriend a villain if she could help them. Izuku signed. Dimon right, I could. Hikari said. Language. Katsuki and Izuku said together. Hikari huffed and crossed her arms. I can swear, I am only a few months younger than Kaken. She pouted. Izuku rolled his eyes. He pulled out some sports uniforms. Put these on and meet me outside. He said. Everyone got up and got a uniform. Katsuki and Hikari got theirs. Hey Midori, stand next to me. Uraraka beamed. Hikari looked nervous and shook her head. I am going to change in a cubicle. Hikari pointed to them. You don't have to nervous around us. A girl with long dark hair said. As we are going to be classmates, you really should join us out here. We can talk a little more. I would still prefer to change in a cubicle. You have no right to persuade me to join you despite already seeing my nervousness. Hikari frowned and walked into the closest cubicle. She quickly changed and rushed outside. Katsuki was out with a few boys already. Hikari sighed when she reached him. Are you okay? Katsuki asked. Sort of. The girls wanted me to change in the open with them, but I wanted to change in a cubicle as I always do. One seemed rather instant. I do join them. Hikari muttered. Omen. Sorry, Nico-chan. That isn't your fault. The girl should learn you can change where you want, and no one can get you to change anywhere you don't want to. Katsuki frowned. He pulled out a hair bobble. He gathered up her hair in his hands. Ponytail or plait? Plait, Hikari replied. Katsuki made quick work of her hair, with the guys watching silently. Hikari beamed at her brother when he had done. Thanks, Kaken. No problem. He smiled. It didn't take too long for everyone else to join. Izuku watched the class quietly. Now you are all here. We are going to do a quirk assessment test. He told them. The rest of the class groaned, whilst Katsuki and Hikari cheered. They grinned at each other. Time to really test what they can do. Author's note, I am back. With a new chapter, and to continue the duo's first day at UA. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. A quirk assessment test? The rest of the class questioned. They had not been expecting that on their very first day. What about the opening ceremony? And the guidance counselor meetings? Uraraka asked in concern. Oh, that's easy. I mean, Sensei believes it is a waste of time. Which I can understand. It is just Principal Niza talking about how great everyone should work, saying hi to the new students. It is pretty much the same every year. These tests are to see if have potential. He won't keep people in class who won't take this serious and treat it as a joke or some sort of fun game. Hikari said, being a hero is a serious job and he won't risk letting people who want half but this continue. These tests will also show our limits, what we are strong at, what we need to work on, and it allows him to see the area we need to work on and build our training around it. We'll do general training, but we'll be expected to work on the areas we struggle in. Katsuki added. Oh right, that does make sense. Sorry, Sensei. Uraraka apologized. Aizawa just nodded. Softball pitch, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, endurance running, grip strength test, sustained sideways jumps, upper body exercise, seated toe touch. Aizawa said, these are all activities you know from middle school naturally. Physical TSTS where you were barred from using your quirks. Bakugo, how far could you pitch a softball in middle school? 70 meters, Katsuki began. Actually, the furthest you threw was 73 meters. Hikari told him. I memorized all your results too. Oh, thanks. Katsuki smiled. Right? Trying doing it using your quirk this time. Aizawa threw him a softball. I don't care what you do, just don't leave the circle, and Hikari, no using your quirk to give him a boost. Okay. Hikari nodded, pouting a little. Katsuki threw the ball with the aid of an explosion. The class watched it vanish from sight in awe. Before anything else, one must know what they're capable of. Aizawa showed them a screen. The number 720.5 meters flashed. This is a rational metric that will form the basis of your hero foundation. Wow. That is much further than last time, Kaken. Hikari grinned as he rejoined her. I am dreading to see the state of the area when you get called upon. Katsuki teased. She stuck her tongue out. She stopped as someone around mentioned how awesome it looked and how fun it sounds. Looks fun, you say? I am sure you all heard what Hikari said. Aizawa looked around the class. Were you planning on spending 3 years here? Having a good old time? What happened to becoming heroes? Here's a new rule. The student who ranks last in total points will be judged hopeless and instantly expelled. The class all fell silent, a look of horror on their faces. Uraraka sighed. Hikari-chan did say that he wouldn't keep people if they wanted to do this for fun. She said, so, you did know it was a possibility to start with. That doesn't make it fair. A boy with purple ball on his head yelled. Well, you know this will be fun to see how much we have grown in our training, Kaken. Hikari smiled. Katsuki nodded. If my softball throw is anything to go by, I think we have both improved a lot. Katsuki nodded. Time to do our best again. She grinned. Aizawa shook his head at them. Hikari and Katsuki kept serious throughout all the test. They worked hard to get their best scores at draw the attention of most of their classmates at how they were doing. Katsuki started grinning when it came to Hikari stepping up to do the softball throw. Aizawa gave her the softball. I know what you are capable of, Hikari, just try not to cause too much damage. He warned her. I will try. Nodded. She stepped into the circle and closed her eyes to draw up her energy. What's she doing? Her quirk is energy-based. She is drawing up her energy, probably most of it, and changing it into the type she needs. Katsuki answered. An energy quirk? The blonde boy asked. Yeah, 4 types of energy. She is ready. Katsuki grinned as the green lightning began to flicker around her. Hikari opened her eyes. Before launching the ball, there was a sonic blast around her. The class had to try and remain standing. Hikari stumbled a little but had to quickly sit down to catch her breath and to photosynthesize. Katsuki jogged over. You okay? Yes. I am feel better. She nodded. He helped her up, creating a few explosions for Hikari to draw upon their heat energy. Impressive. Aizawa smirked and showed them the screen. What? The class gasped as Hikari giggled. 805 meters. My best score yet. She chuckled. She and Katsuki headed back to the class. Wow. That's the power I saw at the exam. Uraraka grinned. Yep, leaves me winded a little after. Hikari blushed. The last person was Mineta. He began crying until Aizawa announced it was a logical ruse. That was obvious, the black-haired girl muttered. Actually, he has expelled 154 students in his teaching career of 4 years. Hikari said. The girl turned and looked at her. Hikari smirked. Just saying, if he is going the logical ruse route, it means he saw potential in everyone. The girl looked away, and Hikari looked unsure. Katsuki looked at Hikari in concern as Aizawa told them to go back to class. You okay? He asked. Hikari sighed. I just have a feeling that girl doesn't like me. Hikari sighed. Yeah, she didn't look too happy you proved her wrong, but she is a recommended student. A Yaoyorozu, she is a girl of a higher class. She has probably never been proven wrong before in her life. Katsuki said as they walked towards the changing room. I will wait for you outside the changing room. We can walk back to class together. Hikari smiled. Thanks, Kaken. Author's note, I am back with a new chapter, everyone, and this is the last main FIC updated. I am taking a break for the whole month of March from updating from my schedule. I will be back in April with more chapters, the next being for my Green Valley FIC. So I hope you all enjoy this chapter. Hikari once again went into a cubicle to hide from the other girls as she changed. She was the first one out of there. Katsuki stood outside looking on his phone. He looked up when she came out. She smiled weakly. They say anything? If not sure. Too nervous to listen. Let's get back to class though. She said softly. Katsuki nodded, taking hold of her hand as they headed back. But what do you think of the rest of the class? Katsuki asked. They're okay. Mineta creeps me out. Hikari frowned. Yeah, he is a little creep. Katsuki scowled. Keep an eye on him, I don't trust him. Okay, Kaken. Hikari smiled. Softly, feeling better with Katsuki at her side. They were the first to get back to class. They went over their schedules together and were discussing outside training by the time the rest of the class began to join them. Obviously present Mike teaches English. Ectoplasm for maths, Hikari mused. I would half expect Aizawa to be our foundational hero studies teacher. Katsuki muttered. Yeah, but parents would complain. People don't appreciate the work of underground heroes. Aizawa would be able to teach us more about real combat than, say, anyone in the top 5. Hikari said. And that his quirk literally requires him to be a better hand-to-hand combat fighter. He is like, perfect for it. But also the hero commission is bullshit, so, Katsuki said, shrugging a little. True, Hikari nodded. She glanced up as the class filled in going back to their seats. Uraraka bound over. You got dressed so fast, Midoriya. She commented, but you were so cool during the tests. Hikari blushed. So calm and collected. I was so worried I would get last. Oh, thanks. Hikari blushed deeply. Aizawa has been training us both for a few years, so the two of us are used to his strange training ways. Katsuki said. And yes, he has always been like this. Uraraka giggled lightly. That's basically cheating. Mineta cried out. Does that mean Todoroki cheated because his father trained him? Does that mean the recommended students cheated cause they got in the easy way with a hero on their side? Hikari asked. The class was silent. Yaoyorozu looked a little annoyed. He is the one who offered to train us after getting permission from Nizu, and we have been trained since. It's not cheating, it is just gaining help from someone to help better yourself. We were training anyway. Aizawa-sensei just helped us focus our plans. It's still not fair. Mineta whined, like a child unable to get his way. Hikari shot Katsuki a look, and he looked at her in equal surprise. Then FNG leave you whining brat. You're 15 and you grow the F up. Told old to have a tantrum. Katsuki growled, a bell rang. Katsuki got up, threw his bag over his shoulder. Come on, Nico-chan, let's head home. He said. Hikari smiled, grabbing her own bag. Coming, see you tomorrow, Uraraka-chan. Hikari waved and followed him out of the door. She caught up to him. You okay, Kaken? Yes. The class is gonna give me a headache. He growled. She noticed his hands were shaking. She took his hand. He looked at her. Hikari smiled softly. I am here for you, Kaken. She told him, giving his hand a light squeeze. He smiled lightly at her. Back at you, Nico-chan, Katsuki smiled. Oh, hello you too. How was your first day? Inko greeted happily. Hikari gave her a small smile. It may have gone better. We have a pervert in class, and a girl didn't like the fact I prefer to change in a cubicle than out with other girls. Hikari replied. There's a few good people, but I am not sure about those. Already have shown they might not be ideal as friends. Katsuki said, oh dear, some people are just, well, people your age still have a lot of growing up to do, maybe they will change. Inko told them. Maybe, Hikari nodded. Dibs on first shower. Hey! Katsuki complained, but Hikari dodged around him. Inko shook her head at them. Some things would never change. Over dinner Hikari and Katsuki told their families about their class. It was clear that Hikari would happily consider Uraraka a friend, and it was something Katsuki was fine with, adding his own comment that whilst she brought up dressing, it was more on the speed and she didn't care where Hikari changed. You don't think that my Neta boy will cause too much trouble, do you? Inko asked worried. I won't let him do anything, I swear. Katsuki said. That scumbag seems too focused on all the girls, so I'm gonna keep a close eye on him. If he makes one wrong move, his quirk went off little. Make sure you do that to his face. Mitsuki added. Katsuki nodded, causing Hikari to laugh and Inko to scold her friend. Masaru smiled at the scene softly and shook his head. Think he might cause any problems? Hizashi asked. He and Shoyuta were having dinner, the underground hero side. I hope not. I am going to give him a chance, but the moment he does anything towards the girls or any complaints from them I am expelling him. Shoyuta replied, taking a bite out of his curry rice. I am just hoping he does nothing to Hikari. Yeah, your big brother vibes will totally tell you to kill him. Hizashi laughed. Shoyuta chuckled, but that wasn't what he was really worried about. He could just tell Mineta was someone who would spread the word like a virus, and the idea of Hikari having her choice taken by that a-hole riled him up. Yep, a very close eye was needed to watch over him. He couldn't trust that kid at all the girls were at risk. Oh, stop moping, Shoyuta. We all know Hikari can take care of herself, she will likely break his nose if he tried anything. Hizashi said happily. Shoyuta smiled nodded. Yeah, he could only wait and see what happened next. Author's note, I am back with a new chapter for you all. I hope you guys enjoy this chapter. Are you okay, Nico-chan? Katsuki asked as they walked towards the gates together. Just nervous, I guess. Yayorozu really seemed mad that I didn't want to change with them. I don't think she likes me at all. Hikari frowned. Katsuki patted her head, being careful not to knock the heart and star clip she had keeping part of her hair back out of her face. It will be fine. Promise. And remember, we're getting ice cream tonight. Katsuki smiled, Hikari smiled and nodded. And we have our first heroics lesson today. I wonder what All Might will be doing, Hikari muttered. Katsuki smiled softly as she began to mutter to herself. Morning, Hikari. Uraraka greeted as the duo came in through the door. Morning, Uraraka. Hikari beamed. Katsuki just rolled his eyes and went to his seat as the two girls got talking. He was happy his sister had a new friend already. Your hair clip is so cute. Uraraka gasped. Hikari blushed. Thank you. Kaken actually got it for my 6th birthday. Hikari smiled. Katsuki grumbled from his place in front of her. Uraraka smiled. Having a brother must be cool. I am an only child. Uraraka said. Well, Kaken and I are only children to our parents. But we have been together a long time, we are very much like siblings. I guess it helps that his dad took the place of my own after he left my mom and I. Hikari said. Wow, your biological dad sounds horrible. Uraraka frowned. I don't really remember him, he was there sometimes, but then just gone the next and never heard from him since. But my mom is happier without him, so I am happy too. What about your family, Uraraka? What are they like? Uraraka began talking about her family and their work. Hikari listened with a small smile, before Uraraka had to move to her seat when the bell rang, and the day began. Their day got underway. Izumi was happy to see Namuri and Hizashi were some of their teachers. Hikari did her best to be very involved in the lessons. When a question was asked, and she knew the answer, she would raise her hand to answer it. But she was glad when lunch came. She sat down with Katsuki, and Uraraka joined them. "What do we have this afternoon?" Uraraka mumbled. "Foundational Heroic Studies." Hikari replied. "Oh, I heard they had to get a new teacher for that this year. Who do you think it is?" Uraraka asked. "Easy, All Might. He did the announcement for our results." Hikari smiled. "That should be interesting and exciting. But I am hoping we'll be taught by 13 at some point." Uraraka smiled. "You want to be a rescue hero?" Hikari asked. "Yeah, my quirk isn't good for fighting, but would be perfect in a natural disaster situation." She nodded. "Opposite to mine then." Katsuki said, "My quirk perfect for fighting, not so good in a rescue situation." "How does your quirk work?" Uraraka asked curiously. "I sweat nitroglycerin." Katsuki said, "Got to be careful 'cause I can't control how much I sweat, and I could easily just blow myself up." "Should try making something to stop that," Hikari muttered thoughtfully. "And what's your quirk?" "I don't think I ever asked." Uraraka asked her. Hikari beamed and began the long-winded explanation of her quirk, but stopped and glanced around. "Do you feel like someone is watching us?" she frowned. "Yeah." Uraraka glanced around and groaned. "It's him." She nodded. Hikari looked and saw Mineta. Hikari scowled and flipped him off. "He's so creepy," Hikari said. "I know. I don't trust him in the slightest." Uraraka frowned. "He won't do anything. I'll make sure of it." Katsuki snarled out, glaring in the smaller boy's direction. "Thanks, Kaken." Hikari smiled. "Your attitude seems scary, but it makes me feel safe that you're on our side." Uraraka sadly happily. Katsuki blushed a little. "He's a complete grumpy guts, but he is a secret sweetheart." Hikari said happily. Katsuki rolled his eyes but smiled softly. Hikari entered the changing rooms and immediately turned to go to a cubicle, but she was knocked into, causing her to fall and her costume case to skid across the floor. In shock, Hikari looked up to see who had shoved her. Yaoyorozu Momo stared down at her angrily, before walking away. Uraraka hurried forward. "Hikari!" Uraraka helped her up. "Are you okay?" "Yes." "Yeah, I'm fine." She nodded. Uraraka huffed and turned on Yaoyorozu angrily. "Why would you do that?" she demanded. "It's not my fault she was in my way." Yaoyorozu scowled. "Then politely ask." Uraraka huffed. "For a rich girl you were clearly not taught manners or how to be a decent person first. Come on, Hikari, we don't need her as a friend. I'll get changed in the cubicle next to you." Hikari blushed slightly and smiled. "You're a good friend, Uraraka." "Please, call me Achiko." Uraraka beamed. The two girls went into separate cubicle. Uraraka changed first and waited outside for Hikari. She gasped when she did. "Oh my gosh. That is so cute." Achiko gasped happily. Hikari blushed and looked at her costume. "You like it?" "Yes." "Completely. I wish had been more specific with mine." Achiko signed and the two girls left. "But butterflies are cute and will be a great image for you. You are such a colorful character." "Thank you. If you want help with costume rearrangements, I'll be happy to help. You shouldn't wear a costume if you don't feel right with it. Maybe just ask for it to be less skin tight. Maybe ask for some padding or armor on the costume to help protect you." Hikari suggested. "Ah, those are such good ideas. We should go for ice cream after school and discuss it more." Achiko suggested. "Kaken and I were going to do that today to discuss costume change ideas. You could join us. We know the best ice cream place. And the ice cream will be on me." Hikari smiled. The two girls grinned as they headed out to prepare for their first heroics lesson chapter text. Author's note: I am back with a new chapter for you, and a heads up that I am going to be making some changes to Hikari and Katsuki's costumes. I will post pictures when the chapter of the changes is made, and when art of it is done. Either way, I hope you all enjoy this chapter. Hikari stood next to Katsuki as the rest of the class sooner filed out. The siblings bumped fists as they waited for the rest of the class to arrive. Wow, your costume looks great too, Bakugo. Achiko smiled. We've been working as interns with Aizawa for a while now. We've had these costumes for a while, we decided we should change it up a bit, and we've had a bunch of ideas to improve them. Hikari grinned. Whoa, that is awesome, I'm guessing you already have hero names too then? She asked. The siblings nodded. Ground Zero. Katsuki told her. I'm Nico-chan. Hikari smiled. Nico-chan? Doesn't Nico mean sunshine? Achiko asked. Hikari nodded. Yep, Kaken gave that nickname to me when we first met. Hikari replied happily. Katsuki blushed lightly. With the class all before All Might, he explained what they were going to do before they began to pull lots. Hikari and Katsuki hugged when they were placed on the same team. They were chosen to be heroes, whilst their villains were going to be Ida and Todoroki. Ida gave them a small nod. I hope this will be a great learning experience for all of us. Ida told them. Likewise. Katsuki nodded as they shook hands. Hikari beamed happily, but then she saw the look on Todoroki's face and had a bad feeling for Ida's sake. The villains were sent to the fake bomb's location whilst Hikari and Katsuki waited outside, making sure their earpieces were in place as they looked over the map. So, quirks. Katsuki whispered as they waited outside the building. Ida is clearly part of the heroic Ida family, engine quirk location in his legs, runs on orange juice. Hikari said. Katsuki looked at her. I saw him drinking it between the tests, his older brother's engines run on grape juice. Anyway, being located inside means he will not have the space to use his quirk effectively. At most, he maybe be slightly faster, but the risk of him moving too fast may lead to him crashing. But something tells me Todoroki may actually deal with Ida for us. He doesn't seem like the person who will actually see teamwork exercises as a good thing. Got it, we can see if we can lure him into using his quirk to a point he can't avoid crashing. If Todoroki doesn't deal with him, and Todoroki? Katsuki asked. Ice and fire. On the left, ice, right fire. Hikari said. I can easily combat the fire and ice without too much trouble. But he still only uses his ice. There may be a reason he avoids his fire, but it makes it easier to force him into a place it will be too hard for him to work. He may wait for a few minutes and ice the whole building. And I have a good plan to combat it. Really? Katsuki asked. Hikari grinned, a dangerous glint in her eye. Katsuki smirked back. This was going to be good. Ida was talking about a plan, but Todoroki ignored him. The heroes stood no chance. I am going to ice the building a few minutes after we start. Todoroki said. Ida stopped. What? Fifth. I will ice the building, immobilize the heroes and take them out easy. Todoroki said. Todoroki froze as he saw the heroes, standing in an iceless spot as if the missed them completely. Hikari smiled and got into a fighting position, Katsuki quickly following her lead. One villain, two heroes. I feel bad about those odds. Hikari grinned. Todoroki almost took a step back, but he began to shiver. You don't know the full extent of my quirk, do you? But don't you find it a little toasting zero? Definitely, but you're looking a little cold there. Katsuki smirked and braced himself as he blasted himself forward. He didn't use his quirk on Todoroki but grappled him to the ground and cuffed him. Todoroki has been captured. Please return to the observation room. All Might's voice said. Katsuki stood and uncuffed him. Todoroki pushed himself up, feeling the room warming up. Katsuki shivered slightly. Just Ida to go. Hikari nodded to him. Todoroki was left to walk out alone. He was trying to figure out where he went wrong. It didn't take long for Hikari and Katsuki to find Ida. Also affected by the cold, it didn't take long for them to cuff him too. All Might called the heroes as winners. Katsuki quickly uncuffed Ida and backed away, creating some pretty big explosions that vanished almost immediately. Ida here. Hikari moved closer. He relaxed as warmth softly rushed over him. This should keep us warm until we can get out of here, she said, and the trio left the building. Who is the MPV of this battle? All Might asked. Hikari clearly. Katsuki said. What? Kaken, The wouldn't have even worked without your quirk. You were more important to the whole plan. Hikari said. You were the one who came up with the plan. I wouldn't have one if I was paired against them with someone else. Katsuki huffed. Both of them. Ida said, making the two look at him. They planned and worked together flawlessly. I have no doubt they would have planned with anyone who were paired with them. My partner felt he could take them on alone, that his own plan couldn't fail. He underestimated them and overestimated himself. I should have acted, but my own partner didn't seem to take me into account in his planning. The cold and ice has affected my exhaust pipes. Ida said, would it be okay if I went to Recovery Girl, sir? My legs felt like they are freezing up. I fear some ice may still be in a pipe or two. Of course, young Midoriya and Bakugo, please escort him to Recovery Girl. Midoriya, can you use your quirk to try and assist with keeping him warm? All Might said. Of course, sir. Hikari and Katsuki nodded and left with Ida as All Might began to go over the battle in more detail. Author's note, I am back with a new chapter, and a nice friendly chapter, but shit will be hitting the fan soon. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. There you are. Achiko ran over, Hikari and Katsuki stopped their conversation, Ida also looking from where he had been listening to the duo. How are you, Ida? She looked up at him. I am fine, there was only a little bit of ice in one of the pipes, I am much better now. Ida assured her, she sighed. That good to hear. She smiled, you two were amazing. Todoroki never stood a chance. It was a lesson in teamwork. Hikari said. We at least know Todoroki failed it. I hope you get another chance at showing your teamwork, Ida. Todoroki treated you unfairly and you were hindered by your own teammate. Aizawa-sensei will probably be extremely angry with this. We can expect him to bring it up to him tomorrow. Already have one Todoroki hero no other hero can work with either due to his lack of respect and care for his teammates, or because he just thinks he is better than everyone else for being so privileged. Like I'm privileged as F cause my parents, but at least getting into you'd A and my skills are all effin' mine. Katsuki growled out. Achiko looked at him curiously. Kaken's mom is a major model and his dad is a professional designer. Hikari explained. Wow. Achiko smiled. And my family are all heroes. I have never seen them struggle with a coworker doing what Todoroki did. Ida shook his head. Well, he will learn. I would love to face him one-on-one. Hikari smirked and flickered her hair over her shoulder. I just want to talk to him, Kaken scoffed. Anyway, Ice Cream wanna join us, Ida. We are going to discuss our costume designs. I have a few improvement ideas for yours if you want to hear. Oh, I would love to. He nodded, Hikari grinned. Great. Let's get going then. She smiled. The friends settled outside the ice cream parlor. They got a few looks for their costumes, but no one bothered them. Hikari rummaged through her bag. She pulled out a drawing pad and set it next to her All Might-themed ice cream. She flicked through the pages to Katsuki's costume design and smiled. Okay, Kaken, what didn't you like about your costume? Tess. The gauntlets are too big, measured them myself. They are bigger than I officially requested and want them to be smaller. If they don't agree, I want to have more of them portable grenades. Katsuki said. The thing they added around the neck is very uncomfortable. I want it gone, but I need something else to be able to protect my neck. Hikari nodded, making the notes. I can work on a few things tonight, but maybe we should check through some old hero costumes, see if we can get any ideas. She suggested. Katsuki nodded in acceptance. Great, let me just make a rough sketch of your costume next, Achiko. She turned to the next page and made a good quick sketch of the other girls' costumes. I think it shouldn't be as skin tight, you looked a little uncomfortable. She looked up, Achiko nodded and tugged on the bottom of her skirt. It was super embarrassing, she blushed. You still want a space theme, the colors were nice, the black, white with bits of pink. Hikari began to make a sketch next to it. Maybe some padded armor under the fabric for protection, a BRST plate. Make the boots more functional. Who the hell gives a girl high heels in a hero costume? Morons, she mumbled. Make the boots more padded at the bottom to help with harsh landings. Oh, how do you feel about boosters? Oh, and a grapple hook. Hikari beamed. Why didn't I think of them? They would be a huge help with moving around. Izuku said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Hikari pouted down at her new sketch. She held it up. How does this look? Izuku gasped. It looks amazing. She smiled. Hikari grinned. Great. Can I have you sizes? That way I will be able to make a detailed blueprint of everything and then you can hand it into support and see what they can do. Hikari asked. Izuku blushed, but quietly told Hikari, who wrote them down as the boys politely ignored what was being said. Then she turned her attention to Ida. What about you, Ida? Did you have any issues to your costume? I think our lesson taught me I need some way to negate weather effects, if possible. Ida said. I think I can work with that. May I suggest making your costume more streamlined too? It may help with speed. For what your quirk is, your costume is rather bulky. Hikari told him. More like your brother's, his is wonderfully streamlined. Of course consideration needs to go into the lower leg as it is the location of your quirk. Hikari muttered and softly began to sketch. But keeping the same idea in mind, a new design can keep the general color design. We just need a base design. Less on the lower leg, maybe just more to the back, protecting the pipes. Hikari feels silent as she continued to sketch. She gets like this. You should have seen what she drew for Aizawa. Katsuki said. Hikari shot him a small glare. Don't you dare tell him. Mike will never leave him alone about it until I make him one too. Hikari said. You have met Hisashi as person too? I suppose it makes sense consider he is usually around Aizawa, Ida said. You've met them in a personal setting too? Yurarkast. My older brother was in their class back when they were all in UA. They still meet up. I had them babysitting me as kids sometimes. Ida explained. I do recall my brother mentioning Aizawa picked 2 students to train after expelling his classes. That was us. Katsuki nodded. And done. Ida, what do you think? Hikari showed him her sketch. His eyes widened. This is amazing, your skills are outstanding. I suppose if you never got into heroics, you would be best suited as a support technician. I imagine a lot of heroes would benefit from your skills. Ida complimented. Hikari blushed. Thanks. I need your measurements too, so if you want you can also hand it into the support. Ida told her what she need. She made the notes and smiled. What about your costume, Hikari? Did you want to make any changes? Izuku asked. She grinned and flipped to a page and held up her latest design she wanted to go with. Her friends looked at it with smiles. I think that is perfect for you. Katsuki nodded. Hikari giggled a little. The friends finished up their ice cream before making their way home. Inko and the Bakugos were told all about their day when they got home. But none of them had noticed they had been followed all the way home. Author's note, I am back with a new chapter. And this is where things start to go downhill. I hope you all enjoy it. Reminder, December is a break month. Hikari and Katsuki started the day as usual, but when they got to class, Hikari could feel a small shift in the attention they got. She was a little confused with the look she got from some of the other girls. It was like that for the most part of the day. SH was worried and very confused. The girls have been looking at me weirdly all day, and Uraraka hasn't really talked to me either. Hikari told Katsuki at lunch. Her brother frowned, but gave her a small smile. Well, their loss, you're amazing. If they decide to be assholes, that's on them, not you. Katsuki smiled. Hikari smiled and nodded. At least Katsuki was still at her side. Hikari stepped into the changing room before their heroics lesson, but she was stopped by Momo standing in front of her. You're not allowed in here, she said. Hikari frowned and looked at her in confusion. What? Hikari asked. You're a boy, you're not meant to be in the female changing room. Momo told her. So, leave. I'm a girl dash, Hikari began. Yeah, that's what you say. You're probably only pretending to be a girl to get a look at us changing. Momo scoffed. You're disgusting. Hikari teared up and ran from the room. She didn't bothering looking for a teacher or even grab her bag. She fled the school grounds, desperately needing her mother, and to get away from those toxic classmates. Aizawa frowned as he counted the students joining them outside. He noticed Katsuki looking around confused and panicked. Hikari wasn't among the class. Where is Midoriya? I know she went down to the changing rooms. Aizawa glanced over his class. Beside him, All Might looked concerned and worried. Midoriya isn't a girl, he had a D-. Mineta called out. The class was deadly silent under Aizawa's dark gaze. And enlighten me to how you are aware of Midoriya's body? He asked, voice ice cold. I followed her home. Mineta stopped in his explanation. Aizawa and All Might glared down at him. He seemed to pick up that he just said the wrong thing. You mean to say, you stalked your classmate and peeped on her whilst she was changing? Aizawa said. Mineta's eyes glanced down, the class glanced towards him. All Might decide now was the time to act. He turned to Aizawa. Midoriya is quite reserved when it comes to matters around this. I'll leave you to find out who said what, and I will go and check up on her. I am assuming she may have run home. All Might told him. Aizawa nodded. I will also inform her mother of this, and she can decide the path to take. Blazing blue eyes fell on Mineta. They can decide if they want to press charges against him. All Might walked away as Aizawa turned his attention to the class. And all of you back to the changing rooms, heroics training is cancelled. Aizawa told them. The class groaned. And Mineta, leave as soon as you are ready. You're hereby expelled from UA. Heroes don't stalk and peep on people, Aizawa added, and headed towards the main school building. Ignore the wails from the small purple-haired boy. That's Mineta began in the changing room, and in a single instant, Zero used his quirk and tapped Mineta's mouth. Don't you dare speak about Midoriya that way. Zero growled. The other guys watched. She is already 10 times the hero than you ever would be. Shoji added, glaring at the boy. Mineta glared silently back. Katsuki was silent. He ignored the pervert. He knew Hikari wouldn't approve if he killed the midget. He was worried about her more. He could understand that she wanted to keep this hidden from him. They were so close, and the fear of his reaction was no doubt the reason she was silent. He knew he had to make it clear to her he loved her. She was his sister, and that was never going to change. Oh dear, Inko covered her mouth. Toshinori sat across from her, nodding sadly. The boy has been expelled. This won't go unpunished, and we as staff will continue to support Hikari in whatever she decides. All Might said. Inko sighed. Thank you so much. I know, when she came out to you, she was so worried. Inko smiled. It's good to know there are people to help her. She figured out she was transgender when she was really young. I remember the first dress I bought her. Inko smiled. It was a cute light blue with sakura patterns. She looked adorable. After that she wanted to wear girls' clothes, and I let her. The looks we got and what some people said, it caused us to move down here, where no one knew Hikari was born a boy, and they all saw the girl Hikari was. Mama! Hikari muttered. She stood at the living room door. She glanced at All Might and gave him a confused look. Lessons were cancelled in favor of Aizawa giving the class a lecture on, and I quote from the man himself, human decency. All Might said. Hikari giggled lightly, going to her mom, who immediately pulled her into a hug. Oh sweetie, today's been hard, hasn't it? Inko sighed, hugging her tightly. Kissing her forehead. How are feeling now? I don't know. The girls hate me, Mom. They told me I didn't belong in the girls' changing room, that I had to go into the male changing room. Hikari sniffed, tears falling from her eyes. I was horrible, Mom. Oh dear. Inko held her tightly. She looked at Toshinori. And for the record, we will be pressing charges on the boy. I want to make sure he is blacklisted from all hero schools. Toshinori nodded. I will personally make sure that happens. All Might's words carry a lot of weight. Toshi said he would make sure that boy never became a hero. Author's note. I'm back with a new chapter, and so sorry it's late, been a very tired week to say the least. But I hope you all enjoy this chapter. The class had to sit through Aizawa's lecture, and he was drilling it deep. Katsuki wasn't really paying attention to it all. He was worried about Hikari. She's his sister, he loves her, and he just need to know she was okay. She hadn't responded to any of his messages and it was gnawing at his anxiety. Bakugo! Aizawa called, causing the blonde to look up. You are muttering something. You'd like to say? Katsuki frowned. He was muttering? He stood up from his desk and took a deep breath. Hikari is my sister. If anyone in this class want to shun her for bullshit, then you have made an enemy out of the both of us. People need to grow the F up, it's none of their FING business. So, what if Hikari was born male? Not her fault she was born in the wrong FING body, like it's not our fault for what quirks we have or hair color. But it's your choice how you act, and effing hell I have seen a villain take a hero out because the hero was being homophobic towards another hero. That hero has their license torn up. Katsuki glared at his class. Any of you want to be transphobic? I will wait until we're all pros and I'll show you how easily it is to fall from the top with those thoughts. Katsuki jumped a little as the majority of the class clapped happily. Momo and Todoroki said, a few people looked unsure, like Uraraka. But Katsuki sat back down. Aizawa gave him a small nod, letting the class express their agreement before gaining their attention again. But Katsuki felt a little reassured that so many of their class were extremely supportive. The less supportive classmates were the first to get the hell out of the class when the day came to an end. Katsuki packed up his things but he was stopped by Raccoon Eyes. Bakugo, make sure Hikari gets a hug from me, "'kay?" she said. Honestly, what happened was bullshit. I have a little brother, he was born in the wrong body too. I know what he went through, and how hard it was for him to become happy with who he really was because of what people about him. Bakugo's glare softened. Will do. He nodded. And tell her we'll see her tomorrow. I was hoping I could learn some moves from her. Kirishima added with a big grin. A few more gave their well wishes before Katsuki left. As he hurried home to see Hikari, he had to know she was okay. There was a knock on the door. Hikari and her mom were working on dinner. Toshi was still there after Inko had invited him to stay. Toshinori opened the door and looked down at young Bakugo. Katsuki looked up at him. He let out a soft breath of relief. Is Hikari in? He asked. She peeked around the door. She looked at him nervously. Hi, Kaken, she muttered. I'll leave you two to talk. Toshinori patted her shoulder. Hikari gasped as she was pulled into a hug as soon as he had gone into the kitchen. Katsuki was hugging her. Kaken? She asked, a little confused. I was worried when you didn't show up for class and then they said that. I was worried about you. Katsuki sighed. You didn't even reply to my messages. I was worried you would be mad if you found out, Hikari admitted. Sorry. Why would I be mad? Katsuki asked confused. Because I didn't tell you. Hikari, are you female? Not bio. No, Katsuki shook his head and looked at her dead in the eye. Are you female? Hikari froze and smiled weakly. Yes. Then there was nothing to tell. You're female, what people think. Katsuki shrugged. Either way, it shouldn't have come out like that. You deserve so much better than that. Thanks, Kaken. Hikari hugged him tightly. Love you. Love you too, nerd. Oh, yes, some of this hug is from Ishido. Her little brother was also born the wrong gender. She's pretty worried. And Kirishima wants to learn some moves from you, whatever he means by that. Katsuki huffed. Hikari smiled and giggled. It's nice to know not all of our class are like Mineta or Yayorozu. Hikari smiled, letting Katsuki in. I threaten to ruin their careers if any are transphobic. Plan on going through with it too. Katsuki said. Ah, Kaken. Hikari giggled, punching his arm lightly. Anyway, want to stay for dinner tonight? Sure, you know I am always good for Auntie's cooking. Katsuki nodded. Mom, Kaken's staying for dinner too. Hikari called. Okay, Katsuki, can you go and see if your parents want to join? Inko asked. Sure, thing Auntie, come on Nico-chan, actually need to mention something else. Katsuki said. Hikari frowned, confused. That's how Hikari was in the hallway leaning against her brother's bedroom door as he was changing in his room. He told her about the less enthusiastic classmates. Hikari teared up at knowing Ida and Uraraka looked less than pleased. She had began to consider them both friends. To have them reacting like that was a horrible, crushing feeling. What do I do about them, Kaken? She asked softly. She felt him lean against the door too, a small sigh of comfort. I don't know, but I do know the rest of the class are so ready to support you, and they love you too. I guess we should consider them our true friends. We can't change how they feel, but we can show how damaging their beliefs are. Katsuki said, if they say anything, I know the others will stand up for you. I know, it's just, I thought we were friends. Achiko was so nice. I don't want her to treat me differently because of this. Hikari frowned. The door opened slowly and Katsuki rested a hand on her head. She looked up at him. Maybe they just need a little time to get their heads on straight. He said. Now come on, but the old hag eats our sharing too. Kaken. Hikari laughed and took his hand so he can help her up. Thank you for cheering me up. It's kinda my job, right alongside kicking your butt and taking the PSS out of you. Katsuki smirked. All the big brother job description, right? Oh. Hikari punched his arms and legged it. He yelled after her as heard her running downstairs laughing. Beach. He growled playfully and ran after her. They began a play fight in the front garden. Mitsuki sighed as she looked out the window as Inko just laughed at the sight. Author's note, hey, I am actually on time today. I hope you all enjoy this chapter. Hikari was nervous to get to UA the next morning, afraid of how her class would react to her face. Katsuki was waiting for her outside. He smiled. You okay? He asked. I don't know just yet. She admitted. He took her hand and smiled softly. Remember, I am right here for you, okay? And I will punch anyone who makes you cry. He promised. Hikari laughed lightly. You can't do that, Kaken. She told him. Just watch me, Niko-chan. Katsuki smiled. Hikari relaxed. But the two kept their hands clenched together on the way to UA. Outside of the 1A classroom, Hikari froze, her hand pulled back from opening the door. Katsuki didn't move to open it, instead, letting her choose when she was okay entering the class. Morning, Midoriya. She jumped and the duo turned to see Shiro heading their way with a big smile. You feeling any better today? That remains to be seen. She replied. Fair, that was bullshit how they treated you. I'm non-binary, and honestly how they reacted was my biggest fear. Shiro frowned. Oh, what's your pronouns? Hikari asked. I prefer they them, but I don't mind any, to be honest. Gender is a construct by society to stop us all being too powerful. Shiro smirked, causing Hikari to laugh at his reply. I'll keep them in mind. Thanks, Shiro. Hikari nodded. No problem. I plan to come out to class myself, so you won't have to deal with any sheet yourself. Shiro said. You don't have to. I don't want you to get hurt either. Hikari said. Hey, if you're brave enough to face them after what they did, I'm going to stand by you and be strong for myself. Shiro smiled. And it will be nice for the class to use my preferred pronouns. Fair, I am still terrified. Hikari looked at the door. You're a queen, and they are just jealous of your power, girl. Shiro told her and opened the door. Strutting in, Hikari giggled and followed him in. Katsuki let her hand go with a small smile at how proud of his sister he was. I will say though, Midoriya, you are gorgeous, and honestly surprised a guy hasn't bagged you yet, unless you're gay, then surprised a girl hasn't bagged you. Hikari laughed as she sat down. Kaken is like, overprotective big brother. I think most guys were scared away. Hikari giggled. DMN right. Katsuki growled. Hands to yours, soy sauce. I will kill you if you even think of my sister romantically. You wound me. Shiro grinned. Hikari was giggling at their antics as Momo glared at her. Hikari! My girl! Mina cried as she ran in. Hikari squeaked as Mina hugged her. Do you know how worried I was yesterday? You should have punched her, girl, like honestly, so narrow-minded. Mina smiled. And I was hoping we could have been paired up in yesterday's lesson. We'll have many opportunities later. Hikari promised. Yeah, but how soon? Mina pouted. Hikari giggled at her. You could easily join me for my out-of-school training, you know. She said. Mina gasped happily. Serious? She asked. Sure, it'd be fun. Hikari beamed. Sweet, oh, phone numbers so we can plan it. Mina said, pulling out her phone. Katsuki listened as the two girls exchanged numbers, but as other guys entered the class and greeted Hikari happily. When Aizawa entered the class, causing everyone to get to their seats, he gave the class a brief glance over before starting the day, by reassuring Hikari that any transphobic behavior would be dealt with, and if there are any issues, please come to him or any other teacher. Hikari nodded, relaxing a little. Hikari sat with Katsuki, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari and Sero for lunch. Mina leaned against her happily, giggling, causing Hikari to fall into a fit of giggles too. "Hey, Hikari." Hikari turned to see Uraraka. "I'm sorry for not helping out when Yayorozu said those things yesterday." Hikari smiled, getting up and hugging her. "It's okay, I know how terrifying it can be to act in that moment." Hikari muttered. "But, well, I would have appreciated if you at least warned me of your condition." Uraraka muttered softly. She gasped as Hikari pushed her away from the hug immediately. "Hi Dash," she began. "Condition? My condition? You make it sound like this is an illness." Hikari glared at her, her eyes burning angrily. Katsuki stood and took her hand to calm her, but Hikari pushed his hand away, and the whole lunch hall were looking their way. "I just meant I would have preferred knowing you were transgender so I could mentally prepare Dash." Uraraka tried to backtrack, but Hikari growled as she just dug herself deeper. People in the hall were all looking their way, and Hikari knew they all heard what Uraraka had just said from the whispers of it going around. "I never had to tell you, you had no right to know. And the choice of me telling people was stolen from me. And now you just did it again. You have literally just announced it to the whole hall." Hikari told her. Uraraka glared back and shook her head. "You're the one being overdramatic about it." Uraraka replied. "It's not that big of a deal, I bet they are all supportive people Dash. That's not the point. I was stalked home and peeped on by a known pervert in class. I was violated from a very important choice and the fact he saw me, all of me. Yes, I was born a boy but I'm female. It's no one's business, Uraraka. I never had to tell you, I never even told Kakin, and between you two he had more right cause he's like a big brother. But I guess he is a decent human being in realizing that it's my choice in who I tell, and I never had to tell him away." Hikari yelled, tears streaming down her face. She sniffed and wiped at her tears furiously. "But I get it, just leave me the F alone, okay? I don't have time to deal with people like you when I have all the support I need amongst my real friends." Hikari turned from her and sat back down. "Hick Dash," Uraraka began, but a hand placed on her shoulder. She turned to find a blonde third year shaking his head. "I think she made her opinions very clear, please respect her decision and leave her be," he said. Uraraka looked to Hikari and then at everyone looking their way. Most people staring at her in a mix of horror and disgust. She just left the hall without another word as Hikari sobbed into Mina's shoulder. He approached the table and held out a tissue. Hikari turned to look at him. "Here, you need this more than me." He smiled. Hikari mumbled a thanks and accepted it. "Ignore people like that, sorry it was announced to the school this way. If you need to talk to someone I suggest Hound Dog, he's a great listener." "Oh, thank you." She smiled. She watched him return to his friends as Mina hugged her. It sounds like Uraraka didn't mean it badly, but was fing up the word she chose. Mina said. "She's still a beach for trying to rationalize her words, which are not right at all." "I know, but it still hurt." Hikari nodded. Maybe she'll find better words, and accept she had no right to know in general. Katsuki growled out. Hikari just nodded, but remained quiet for the rest of the day. Author's note, I am so sorry this is late guys. Actually had a job interview last week and one this week, can fix slipped my mind, but I will be updating Friday and today's due fix. I hope you all enjoy this FIC. Hikari was the last to get her uniform case for their heroics lesson. She was naturally very nervous. She hurried after the other girls to join them in the changing room, but gasped as Momo blocked her way in. You're still not changing in her pervert. Momo growled. You're absolutely disgusting. I don't care what anyone else says, something like you shouldn't have been even allowed in this school. Hikari teared up and clutched her case to her chest. But Dash, she began. But nothing, go and join the boys where you belong. Momo said. Hikari frowned as Momo slammed the door shut on her. She clutched the costume case to her chest as she tried to bite back her tears from flooding out. But she ended up glancing to the door when she heard yelling. Hikari watched as the door was pulled open and Momo was pushed out by Mina, who put her hands on her hips. Mina's golden eyes were narrowed angrily, looking royally set off. Hikari remained silent, a little surprised by the current situation. Just cause you're a complete beach doesn't mean the rest of us are. Some of us are decent people, which is more than what I can say about you. Maybe you should learn to be a nice person before being a hero, cause someone like you will never make a good hero, Mina growled at Momo, before turning to the shock girl with a soft smile. Come in, Hikari, if people don't want to change with her here, go to the toilets or something. You're the problems here, not her. Mina growled out, grabbing Hikari's arm and pulling her in. So, girl, I was thinking, your costume is pretty sweet, wanna help me glam up mine a little? Hikari found herself smiling as she took Mina's hand. Sure, I'd be happy too. She said. Oh, me too. Honestly, the costume people just gave me shoes and gloves. Hagakure huffed. Hikari turned to her in absolute shock. You're joking? She asked. Nope. You can't go out like that then. Maybe wear the sports uniform, we can talk to Aizawa-sensei and he'll understand. Hikari told her, barely noticing the door closing and a few other girls leaving. You think so? Hagakure asked. Definitely, it literally breaks so many heroic costume laws. Just because you're invisible doesn't mean that the companies can ignore those laws or willingly putting a hero in training in danger. You need armor. What do they expect when you go pro and villains have weapons? You have nothing to protect you. What if you got hurt in training? Hikari frowned. Definitely wear the sports uniform, I will work on a costume design for you, we can speak to sensei for help too. Heroic training isn't just active training, but making sure our costumes are in full working order to aid us. A lot of students actually change many aspects of their costumes during their time here, becoming more refined before they go pro. Huh, you sure know a lot about this. Tsuyu commented. Hikari blushed deeply. I have been training at UDA for a while, Aizawa-sensei trained me and Kaken for a long time, and we are apprentice heroes under him, so we've been able to get some real hero life experience. Hikari beamed. I'm really happy to share what I learnt with everyone. Great, we should arrange a girls' day and just talk. Mina bumped hips with her, causing Hikari to giggle before she vanished into a cubicle to change, but she was happy to still talk to the others through the door and was relieved those two girls were fine with her. Hikari shrunk a little seeing Aizawa looking towards her, Mina and Tsuyu angrily, whilst Momo, Achiko and Jiro stood to the side. Momo had a smug smile. I heard these girls were kicked out of the changing room, care to explain? He asked. Hikari opened her mouth to reply, but Mina put a hand on her shoulder. Of course, Yaoyorozu actually refused to let Hikari join us in the changing room, even slamming the door in her face. Mina began and explained the whole situation, including the choice she gave them, and then the reasoning to Hagakure's clothing situation. Aizawa listened to Mina's explanation, glancing to the now set-off Momo as she realized she might not get her own way. He sighed. This was getting out of hand, but he couldn't help but feel relieved that Hikari had some good female friends happy to help her out. Yaoyorozu, detention, you need to learn how unacceptable your actions were. Ashido, whilst you could have dealt with it better, you still helped your classmate during this. I expect an essay on how you could have dealt with this differently. I want it on my desk tomorrow. Yes, sensei. Mina folded her arms, grinning at Hikari. Totally worth it. Hikari gave a small smile. And Hagakure, you can keep using the sports uniform. I will speak to Power Loader about what can be done to actually make you a proper costume, and I will be speaking to Nizu about that company. Aizawa added. Thanks, sir. Hagakure sighed in relief. Hikari patted her back. She was glad when training got underway. Katsuki waited outside with a small grin as he could hear Hikari happily talking with the other girls happy to share the changing room. The grin grew when the door opened. Oh, Kaken. Hikari smiled. You didn't have to wait. I wanted to. And I wanted to thank the others. He looked at the other girls crowded behind Hikari. Thank you for standing up for her, and Mina, good going. Mina laughed. Like, she deserved it. I have a baby brother and I would kill anyone who treated him like that, and with my quirk, no one would ever find their body. Mina smirked. Hikari rolled her eyes. Anyway, back to class, I have some costume design to make. Hikari beamed. I have so many ideas and I'm really excited to show you guys. Author's note, so sorry this is so late guys. Work was busy as hell, a lot of people getting shoes last minute, but finally, I have finished all the scheduled updates and will be posting them now. September is a break month, so once all the updates are posted I won't be posting again until October. I am preparing for my final year of Uni 2. So, I hope you enjoy. Katsuki was happy to just sit back and listen as Hikari, with her new girlfriends, went over a bunch of different ideas she had for everyone costumes. They were all listening intently to what she was saying as she was doodling the design at the same time. You're like a goddess at multitasking. Mina muttered softly. Katsuki had to stop himself snorting. It was extremely obvious she was smitten with his sister. The other girls caught on too. Tsuyu looked at Mina thoughtfully. Do you have a crush on Mito-chan, Mina-chan? She asked. Mina blushed deeply. Hikari also blushed, not sure how to react. Mina, however, took it in stride. Who isn't? If no one else has a crush on her they are just stupid. Minus you Baku, you're her bro, that would be creepy. Mina said. Sure as hell would be. He agreed, sniggering lightly. Hikari hid her face. Toru giggled. That is so cute, Mina-chan. But Hikari-chan, are you interested in girls? She asked. Hikari took a deep breath and sighed. I'm honored you feel that way, Mina, but sadly, I'm not romantically interested in girls. Hikari said. Aw nuts. Mina pouted. Ain't gonna stop me being a simp for you. I'm your #1 fan, Nico-chan. Mina cheered. Hikari found herself laughing at Mina's outburst, crying happily. Mina grinned happily, taking her laughter as a success. Even if she were interested in girls, you'd need to get past me, raccoon eyes. Katsuki warned. So mean, Baku. Mina pouted, but the group continued to laugh. Hikari was happy that it wasn't all the girls that seemed to hate her for her biology. It was a feeling mixed with relief, and now she had more friends, and that fact Katsuki didn't seem to mind them. It seemed like a win-win situation for her. She couldn't wait to tell her mom about it. Hey Mito! Hikari, Katsuki and the girls stopped, and a few boys ran over. Siro grinned and put a hand on her shoulder. You feeling okay? After what happened? Yeah, thanks. She nodded. Honestly, I'm just glad I have people liking me for me, so I won't let the few of them get me down. How brave of your mademoiselle. Aoyama smiled lightly. You are deeply inspiring. I was afraid of sharing my orientation cause of past mistreatment. Aoyama sighed. Hikari smiled lightly. You don't have to say anything now, but we'll be here for you. She told him. Thank you, mademoiselle. Aoyama smiled. You know, tomorrow we should actually speak to Aizawa, see if we can get everyone's preferred pronouns. Mina suggested. That way we won't be misgendering anyone. It's only right everyone is comfortable. And if anyone is an a-hole Mina cracked her knuckles. I'll happily deal with them. Yeah, you deal with the girls, the guys are mine, Katsuki growled. So manly. But may as well say this now. I'm female to male transgender, basically the opposite to Hikari. Kirishima said. He looked nervous, but he had a glint of light in his eyes. Hikari beamed and hugged him tightly. And you're super manly. She told him. Actually, been meaning to speak to you about your costume and quirk. I have a few possible defensive ideas. Hikari and Kirishima soon fell into a discussion of his quirk. Yeah, we've lost her. If we keep walking she'll naturally follow. Katsuki rolled his eyes. The group grinned. Different conversations started up. None of them noticed Aizawa watching the class leave with Toshinori and Nizu by him. You've ended up with a very understanding class. Nizu said softly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. We still have the issues surrounding several intolerant students. I'm not sure what to do, not without them kicking a fuss up to their parents and them then causing trouble for you. Aizawa sighed. So what do we do? Toshinori asked. For now, we can let the students handle this. They are doing well, but we need to make sure no one escalates. That should at least keep things calm for the time being, but we need to work on something. Aizawa sighed. Maybe we could arrange a talk with a few heroes who have faced issues and see if they would be happy to lecture the class on the situations they've found whilst being heroes. Tashinori suggested. We'll have to ask, but it's an option. Nizu nodded. Just, make sure your class doesn't try anything that could cause two major issues. I'll try. Aizawa agreed. We're home. Hikari and Katsuki called, entering the Bakugo home, where Mitsuki was cooking in the kitchen as Inko was setting the table. You're home a little late, is everything okay? Inko asked. We got distracted, in a good way. Katsuki smiled. She's made some new friends. They helped me in training. Yaoyorozu tried to kick me out of the changing room like she owned it. Was so close to just running home again. 'Cause honestly, I wasn't going to deal with people like that. But the other girls stepped up for me. Mina actually kicked Yaoyorozu out of the changing room. The other girls are so kind and understanding. Hikari teared up lightly with a big smile. Inko put the cutlery down and embraced her daughter. Hikari hugged her back. I'm so happy, Mama. Inko held her tightly. I'm so happy for you, sweetheart. Inko smiled. Katsuki let them hug it out and join his mom in the kitchen. Mitsuki glanced at him. She didn't need to ask anything about the day. She could see it in his eyes, the anger towards the minority of the girls, and his gratefulness to those who stood up for Hikari. So, I'm assuming it was a good day? She smirked. A great day. Katsuki nodded in agreement. Hikari and Katsuki ended up explaining the whole situation over dinner. Inko sighed in relief at hearing there were some kids on her daughter's side. I'm relieved. It's always good to have people standing on your side. Inko smiled. Most of the class is on her side. Turns out there are only a few assholes in class. Katsuki said. She inspired someone else to come out to good ones, and well, we're thinking of asking Aizawa to let us tell everyone our preferred pronouns, so no one is misgendered. I can see a few problems with that. Mitsuki frowned. Yeah, but there are more people supporting people in the group than against. Hikari smiled. And well, if they try and hurt my new friends, they better have a pretty good legal team. Her family smiled. Mitsuki pointed at Inko. She gets the less violent ideas from you. She accused teasingly. I know, I'm so proud. Inko sighed. A question about the legal team, is it for her to get out of sheet, or for you to get out of trouble for beating her butt? Katsuki asked. Hikari giggled. That's the real question, isn't it? She teased back. Author's note. I'm back with a new chapter for you all. But the good news about my health, it is just a cough right now, just gonna take a while to heal up. But I am all good. I hope you enjoy this chapter. In other news, there's big news about the original novel I was working on over at my Twitter. https://twitter.com/JadamHunt. Hope you all enjoy this chapter, and prepare for the angst. Hikari could feel Uraraka watching her from the moment she and Katsuki stepped into the classroom the following day. Luckily, Mina was quick to pull her attention from the girl she once thought a friend. Hey babe. Mina greeted, practically jumping Hikari, who caught the pink-skinned girl. Mina blushed. Hell girl, I know you're not gay, but I need you to bench press me, for science. Hikari just laughed. What kind of FING science are you doing, raccoon eyes? Katsuki slumped into his seat. Wouldn't you like to know, explosion boy? So, girl, what did you say? Mina asked, fluttering her eyelashes at Hikari, who rolled her eyes. Sure, easy. She nodded. Mina practically squeaked as Hikari easily lifted her head and began to use her as some weights. Mina fanned herself and sighed. I need myself a girl like you. If you know anyone, give them my number, K. Mina said. Sure thing. Hikari laughed and put her down. You need to give me tips. Kirishima told her as he passed them to sit down. We should all train together, it'd be so much fun. Hikari grinned, taking her seat. Group training would actually be extremely beneficial for all of us. Why would I want to train with you? Yaoyorozu scoffed. I mean same beach. Mina glared at her. Katsuki snorted, but quickly covered his mouth to hide himself, sniggering a little more. Yaoyorozu stuck her nose up and looked away from them. Most of the class laughed alongside Katsuki. Hikari was smiling softly, but she noticed an odd expression on Kaminari's face, and she frowned lightly in worry, making a mental note to speak to him later. Hikari kept an eye on Kaminari during classes that morning. He seemed to be okay, for the most part. She could see him just staring at his book blankly now and again, before he seemed to snap back to reality. Hikari stepped out of the classroom at lunch with Katsuki and a few other members of the class. She ignored them as she waited for Kaminari. She placed a hand on his arm when he came out of the classroom. He looked at her in surprise. She smiled softly. "Hey, Kami, want to talk for a bit?" She offered. He seemed to think about her offer, before nodding. "Yeah, I really wanted to speak to you." He whispered softly. She nodded. "Hey guys, I'm going to help Kaminari with something, so we'll catch up later, okay?" Hikari turned to them. "Sure." Katsuki nodded. Though he looked a little confused at the sudden change in plans, he glanced between her and Kami. "Great, see you guys in a bit." Hikari waved them off and took Kaminari's arm. She turned her attention to her classmate with a concerned expression. "What's up, Kaminari?" Hikari asked with a soft smile as they walked away from the group, but she glanced back to make sure they weren't being followed. Luckily, Katsuki seemed to figure out what was wrong and was walking the opposite way with the others. The blonde next to her took a shaky breath, and tears began to gather in his eyes. "Kami dash." Hikari stopped and took his hand and quickly led him down the halls. She knocked on the staff room door and sighed in relief when Tashinori opened the door. "My girl dash," he began. "Is there a private room I can use to talk to Kaminari in, please?" "Test. You can use my office. I have some things I need to do so it will be empty." Tashinori nodded and gave her directions and a key. Hikari quickly led Kami to the number 1 hero's office and locked the door behind them, and helped Kami sit down as he was sobbing now, out of the public place, he just crashed. Hikari sat next to him, rubbing his back. But didn't say a word, just remained as a silent aid for. Sorry." Kaminari sniffled. "There's nothing to apologize for. Are you okay? Did something happen?" she asked. Kaminari sniffled lightly. It's a bad day. I hate this way." Kaminari stopped. She could see him gritting his teeth to stop himself crying again. "Dysphoria?" Hikari asked softly. She felt Kaminari grip her hands tightly. She rested her head against his and sighed. "Horrible, I know. Can I ask dash? Like you? But I can't. I dash." Kaminari let out a sob. Hikari wrapped her arms around her. "Oh, Kami." She held her close and rocked her lightly. "Are you safe at home?" "For now. If they knew. My brother came out as BSX. They kicked him out. He died not long later from overdose." Kaminari whispered. Hikari held her tighter. She knew she was lucky with her family and friends. She couldn't bear to imagine what Kaminari was going through. "I'm scared, Hikari. I'm scared." Kaminari sobbed into her shoulder. And she couldn't reply. She could only hold her tightly, fighting back her own angry tears. Hikari wished she could fight her family, to protect her. "Kaminari, let's speak to Aizawa about this," Hikari told her. "But dash," she began, but Hikari stopped her. "Aizawa was the first one I ever came out to. I trust him. He's trained me for years. He understands more than the normal person." Hikari told her, holding her hands in hers. Kaminari looked at her for a moment, before nodding. "Okay." She whispered lightly. "Hey, Kami, he will make sure you're safe. We'll both protect you from now on. And, if you ever need an escape, you'd likely fit in my clothes. We could have sleepovers." She smiled and placed a hand on her cheek. Kaminari looked at her tearfully. "You're not alone, okay, sweetheart?" Kaminari nodded and Hikari brought her into a tight hug again. She would fight the world to protect Kaminari. She didn't care if she needed to become a villain to do so. "Aizawa," Hikari took Kaminari to my office. It looked like something was wrong with the poor boy. Tashinori told Aizawa as he was preparing to take a nap. Aizawa glared up at him, but stopped when he saw the concerned expression on his face. He looked close to tears. "I'm worried something might have happened between classes, or if something was wrong at home." Hikari seemed particularly worried about him. Aizawa got up and held out his hand. Toshi handed him the key to his office, and he left. He hurried down the halls, thankful there was no one to watch him practically running down the hall. He hoped his students were okay. Author's note: I am back with a new chapter a little late, but I hope you all enjoy this update. Aizawa was quick to open the door to All Might's office, signing when he saw the two teens holding each other, Hikari trying to calm Kaminari down. Hikari turned when the door opened and smiled in relief. Kaminari kept her head in her friend's shoulder, clinging to her tightly. Sensei dash, she began but stopped. Kaminari had moved from the hug and was looking at Aizawa with red eyes, but he couldn't miss the worry and fear within them. Aizawa didn't say anything as he approached and knelt before them. What happened? He asked softly. Kaminari teared up again, clasping Hikari's hand tightly. She smiled softly. She's a bit scared talking about it, sensei. Hikari replied. Aizawa just nodded, turning his full attention to Kaminari. I suppose Yaoyorozu has been making comments again, and your home life, is it safe for you at home? Aizawa asked. Kami just shook her head, covering her mouth, more tears spilling over her cheeks. We can't let her go back. Hikari frowned, pulling Kami close into a hug again. She relaxed in Hikari's hold as she once again sobbed softly into her shoulder. Hikari looked at her mentor. Aizawa nodded softly in understanding. We'll figure this out, I promise. He told her. For now, Kaminari, go with Midoriya home. I assure you that it is a very safe place. I'll deal with your family, we'll figure this all out, so don't worry, okay? He said. Okay. Kaminari nodded softly. I'll look after her. Hikari promised. At the end of the day, no one questioned why Kaminari was practically hiding in Hikari's shadow as everyone began to head home. Katsuki said nothing until they were on the street of their homes. So, pronouns? He glanced to Kaminari, who flinched at his sudden question. Hikari put a hand on her shoulder with a small smile. Kami relaxed a little at the comforting touch. She, her, please. She whispered. What that beach said this morning dash. Katsuki scowled. Kaminari frowned sadly and Hikari put an arm around her. But we're sisters now. And I have your back. Kaken is like super overprotective. Aunt Mitsuki says he's like a rabid dog. Hikari said. Hey, take that back beach. Katsuki snarled. Hikari just stuck her tongue out. Make me mutt. She replied teasingly. Katsuki snarled. I'm kicking your butt in Mario Kart before dinner. And I get the shower first. He raced ahead, leaving the girls behind. Be sturdy. Hikari pouted, but stopped to look at Kaminari when she heard her giggling. Kaminari wiped away some tears, shaking her head. Sorry, this is so stupid. She muttered. It's not. I know that fear, it's natural, not stupid. I've known Kaken since I was 4 years old, and I never told him. He found out with everyone else. Hikari told her. I was so scared, and that fear never goes away with new people. But once you have people on your side, people who love you for who you are, it's easier to face the world with a smile. Hikari took her hands. Kaminari looked at her with wide eyes. It might not be today, nor next week, or even next year, but I hope you find more people, but know my family and I are here for you, every step of the way. I took this journey, I've been in your shoes, will you let me stand by your side? Please. Kaminari teared up again. Hikari embraced her quickly. Now let's get home. You can have the next shower and I'll find you something to wear, Kay? Hikari smiled. I'd like that. She nodded. In the house, Katsuki was quickly talking to Hikari's mother and his parents in a hushed voice, hair still wet from his quick shower. Hikari trusted him to explain it all to them, to help Kaminari feel more welcomed. Hikari led her friend into her room. Kaminari looked around curiously. Now, not gonna force anything on you, but you are safe here, so you can feel free to wear some of my clothes, or if you don't feel comfortable to do so just yet, we can nix some of Kaken's. Hikari said. I'd like to try some of yours. Kami blushed. Hikari beamed. Then, sister, have I got the cutest PJs for you? Hikari told her. She pointed her to the bathroom, and whilst Kami was showering, Hikari dug out some PJs she had brought for looking cute. They were perfect. Hello, girls. Inko greeted happily as Kami and Hikari came downstairs in matching Pikachu PJs, with the signature female tail on the back. Inko and Mitsuki were cooking in the kitchen. Masaru was busy talking with Aizawa. Katsuki had been sitting on the couch, playing a game. He glanced up briefly as the girls entered before looking back at the game. Inko left the cooking to Mitsuki as she hurried over to hug both girls. Now, Katsuki filled us in. How are you feeling, sweetheart? Inko cupped Kaminari's cheek. She blushed lightly, unable to answer as she just clutched Hikari's hand. I understand. Inko smiled. Now, you don't have allergies, do you? Kaminari just shook her head. Good, we're having katsudon tonight, but make yourself at home. Don't be afraid to ask for anything. Inko turned back to cooking, and Kami noticed Aizawa. Sensei is like an weird uncle at this point. Mom has to feed him or he'll forget. Hikari told her. Watch it, kid. Aizawa warned teasingly. I've done your hell training for years. You ain't got that as leeway. Hikari grinned. Aizawa mumbled, looking away. Hell training. Kami repeated. Yep, reserved for third years. It's so much fun, well for me. My quirk makes it easy. Oh, I have a few idea of how our quirks would complement each other's perfectly. Want to try them out at some point? Hikari asked. Sure. Kami nodded. Great, and secondly, how good are you at Mario Kart? She smiled. Kami just smiled bashfully. Holy shit, Kami. Author's note, I am back with a new chapter. I hope you all enjoy it. Also, yes, there is a trio here. And yes, they will be a new chaos trio. Kami, look at me, sweetie. Hikari whispered softly, taking her sister's hands softly. I'm here for you, sister, we're okay. Kami's breathing calm as she slowly came from the panic attack. Hikari smiled and reached to wipe away her tears. You good? I think. Kami nodded, sniffing slowly. Hikari sat silently, rubbing the back of her hands, just waiting for Kami to be ready to talk or to move. What time is it? Kami sniffed. About 4 a.m., so we'll be getting up soon anyway. Hikari chuckled. Softly. I'm sorry. Kami frowned lightly. Oh sis, this ain't your fault. Hikari smiled, pulling her into a hug. Kami wrapped her arms around her. Hikari rubbed her back softly. I know it's hard, but I'm here for you. I will spend every night waking up this early if it means helping you feel better. You're the best, Hikari. Kami mumbled softly. I am just doing the bare minimum. You deserve so much more. Hikari whispered back, content with just comforting Kami. You two doing okay? Katsuki asked as the girls exited the home. He was leaning against the wall with a small smile. I'm good. Hikari nodded. Been better, but thanks. Kami gave a small smile. I warned you not to eat seconds. My mom's pancakes are great first serving, but seconds has your stomach at war with the amount of sugar. Hikari told her. Kami laughed, nodding. I'll remember it for next, for sure. Kami giggled. Yeah, gotta love Auntie Inko's cooking, but one serving is enough to knock you into a nice food coma. Katsuki huffed. Anyway, come on ladies. He said. Coming. Hikari and Kami jogged to catch up with him. Kami walked nervously, but with a new sense of confidence. Katsuki glanced at her and beamed. Ding, you look great in a skirt. He commented. Kami blushed deeply, clutching the hem of the skirt nervously. You think so? She asked. For sure. He nodded. Watch out for Ashido, she will probably die for those legs. Kami blushed but smiled softly. Hikari linked her arm to her new sister's. And if anyone says anything, I am practically Aizawa's favorite student, and All Might loves me, and I think Nizu is just in for the chaos. I will punch them. Hikari said. 'Cause girl, you look hella fine. Kami giggled. Ashido and the rest of the group were already in class. Hikari was relieved to see all the bigots were not there, so Kami had time to be bombarded with compliments. Morning. Hikari beamed. Goo dash. Ashido turned and stared at the trio. Katsuki and Hikari were beaming. Her eyes on Kami. Oh my goodness. She darted forwards and cupped Kami's cheeks. Like Hikari is I will kill you hot. You're cute, precious, adorable. She smiled. Kami blushed brightly. She, her? Please. Kami nodded. Oh, first day? Kirishima asked softly, approaching them. Kami nodded. Proud of you, girl. He smiled. Kami teared up lightly. The trio joined the group complimenting Kami, and she slowly began to relax around her friends. As more of the class filled in, Hikari kept a closer eye on Cammy, but kept an ear out for anything their other classmates would say. Zero came over and compliments Cammy like everyone else had. With the group being supportive, it was clear it gave Cammy a sense of security that helped HR ignore some of the looks she received from some of their less supportive classmates. When Momo entered the class, she shot a look at them and scoffed, walking to her chair, whilst muttering under her breath. Hikari listened with a deepening scowl, before having, "Enough. What did you just say?" Hikari stood up. Cammy reached for her, but she was already walking to Momo. "Like I said, you boys are disgusting. That loud enough for you?" Momo scowled. "How about I finally knock some sense into you, and show you what happens to bigoted assholes, such as yourself?" Hikari threatened. As if, "See, Midoriya. My parents can just wave money at problems to make them go away. I don't think you and your sick group would be much different." Momo growled. "Well, you'd need to face my mom, the Bakugos, Aizawa, Percent Mike, Midnight, Nizu, and All Might." Hikari smiled. Momo's expression soured. "You might have a lot of money, princess, but I have something better. It's called a support group, and most of them are staff and heroes, so I think I win there." Momo glared at her, before noticing Aizawa at the door, and falling silent and taking her seat. Hikari turned, ignoring her teacher to check on Cammy. "You okay, sweetheart?" "Why yeah." Cammy nodded and smiled. "Thanks for standing up for me." "No problem, better me than Kakin actually trying to blow someone's face off." Hikari laughed and took her seat. Kirishima reached over and put a hand on her back. "We've got you, Cammy," he promised. "Yaoyorozu, you have been warned multiple times already. Please go to the principal's office," Aizawa said, walking to his desk. Momo huff-led and put her bag over her shoulder and storming out of the class. "Midoriya and Kirishima, you both did well to encourage Kaminari," Aizawa praised. "And Kaminari, your preferred pronouns are she/her, correct?" "Why yes, sir." Cammy nodded. "Then, I did ask the principal to try and get this in for the class, not surprised he got them for today." Aizawa held up a small badge with pronouns. "If you feel okay to do so, you may wear this badge on your uniform to help people around the school to use your correct pronouns. Is there anyone who would like one?" he asked. He smiled at the raised hands, and began to make his way around his class to find out pronouns and give them the right pronoun badge. Cammy looked at hers with a smile. She turned to Hikari, who stuck hers proudly on her collar, before giving Cammy a thumbs up. Cammy did the same, happy she found a place she was accepted. "Hey guys, where do you want to eat today?" Ashido asked, turning to the main group of friends. "Well, who needs to go and get their lunch?" Hikari said. "I think we all brought lunches today." Katsuki commented. "Can we go outside then?" Cammy asked softly. "It is a really nice day." Zero nodded. "And we know the best place." Hikari and Katsuki shared a nodded. "We found it during our training times." "Oh nice, so lead the way guys." Ashido beamed. She ended up linking arms with Hikari and Cammy, and "I am sticking by my girlfriends." The three of them laughed happily as the group headed outside, the girls talking about a possible shopping trip, whilst the guys and non-binary friends talked about their heroics class. That day,